Welcome to the Romance Fiction Club, where different romance authors come together to share their romance works. If you think our library is missing a romance genre you love, please let us know in the comments. We will do our best to make that content available. Please subscribe to the channel so we can keep creating free audiobooks for you to enjoy. Thank you so much for being with us, and have a wonderful listening.
This content is adapted in order to comply with YouTube guidelines. If you wish to access hundreds of romance novels filled with steamy scenes, join the club through the link available in the description. Please like this video and subscribe to our channel, and thank you.
Alexey, a motorcycle club romance. Written by Andy Wayne, a USA Today Bestselling Author. Chapter 1. The roar of the engine echoed through the crowded fairgrounds as Alex Voss navigated his sleek black motorcycle through the throngs of people. The annual Silver Creek Motorcycle Rally was in full swing, with excited onlookers lining the streets, cheering and waving at the bikers who had gathered from near and far. Alex's gaze was focused, his view narrowed slightly as he scanned the faces of the familiar Iron Shadows Motorcycle Club members. As he pulled into an empty spot and brought his machine to a halt, the rumble of the engine faded, replaced by the hum of the crowd. With practiced ease, Alex swung his leg over the seat and dismounted, his muscular frame radiating an air of authority. Adjusting the collar of his leather jacket, Alex's piercing blue eyes swept across the fairgrounds, searching for any sign of his club members. There, off to the side near the main stage, he spotted a small gathering of familiar faces: Nina, Tommy, and a few others, their animated gestures and hushed conversations piquing his curiosity. A tightness formed in his chest as he made his way through the throng. What had transpired in his absence? Had something happened that required the urgent attention of his most trusted confidants? As he approached the group, their voices fell silent, and all eyes turned towards him. Alex could feel the weight of their gazes, the unspoken tension in the air. With a slight nod, he acknowledged their presence, his own demeanor remaining calm and composed, betraying none of the questions that swirled within. "Alex," a familiar voice called out, breaking the brief silence. Jake Morrison, the club's sergeant-at-arms, stepped forward, his weathered face creased with a hint of concern. "Glad you made it," Jake said, clasping Alex's hand in a firm handshake. "We've been waiting for you. Got something we need to discuss." Alex's brow furrowed slightly, his attention focused on the subtle shift in Jake's demeanor. "What is it?" he asked, his deep voice underscored with a touch of authority. Jake glanced back at the group, an unspoken signal passing between them before turning his gaze back to Alex. "It's about your father," he said, his words weighted with gravity. "We've uncovered some things that you need to know." Alex felt a surge of apprehension at the mention of his father, the memories of his untimely death still a raw wound. His jaw tightened as he steeled himself for what was to come, his mind racing with 1,000 possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. "Go on," he said, his voice low and measured, betraying none of the turmoil that brewed beneath the surface. Jake reached into the inside pocket of his leather jacket and pulled out a weathered envelope, its edges slightly crumpled. "This came for you a few days ago," he said, handing it to Alex. Well, you should read it for yourself." Alex took the envelope, his fingers tracing the faded ink that spelled out his name. A sense of unease settled in the pit of his stomach as he carefully slid his finger beneath the flap, breaking the seal. Extracting the single sheet of paper within, he unfolded it, his eyes scanning the words that had been hastily scrawled. "What is this?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, a tinge of raw emotion seeping through. "This can't be..." The message was brief, but its implications shook Alex to his core. It cast doubt on the circumstances surrounding his father's death, hinting at a sinister conspiracy involving the club and the local authorities. The words seemed to burn into his mind, igniting a fire of determination and a thirst for the truth. "We're still trying to piece it all together," Jake said, his own gaze fixed on Alex, gauging his reaction. "But it's clear someone is trying to cover their tracks, and they don't want us digging any deeper." Alex's grip on the paper tightened, the edges crinkling beneath his fingers. His steely blue eyes narrowed as he considered the implications, his thoughts raging with questions and the burning desire to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. "Then we'll dig deeper," he said, his voice laced with unwavering resolve. "We'll find out who's behind this and make them pay." With a sense of purpose, Alex turned on his heel and made his way through the bustling rally, his eyes scanning the crowd for a familiar face. The noise and excitement of the event faded into the background as his singular focus narrowed in on his destination. It wasn't long before he spotted the tall, imposing figure of Nina Nails Ramirez, the Iron Shadow's vice president. Her dark eyes were sharp and observant, taking in the comings and goings of the club members with a keen eye. Alex approached her, his steps steady and purposeful. Nina's gaze shifted to him, and a slight nod of acknowledgement passed between them. Their relationship was forged through years of shared triumphs and challenges, a bond that transcended mere camaraderie. "Nails," Alex said, his voice low and serious. "We need to talk." Nina's welcoming expression quickly changed at the gravity in his tone. Without a word, she gestured for him to follow, and the two slipped away from the main gathering, finding a quieter corner where they could speak privately. "What's up, Alex?" Nina asked, her arms folded across her chest, her stance exuding the same unwavering strength that had earned her the nickname Nails. Alex glanced around, ensuring they were out of earshot before he spoke. "I just received a message," he said, his gaze meeting hers with the intensity that belied the turmoil within. "It raises questions about my father's death." Nina's expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing her features. She knew how deeply Alex had been affected by his father's passing, and the prospect of uncovering new information was both intriguing and unsettling. "What kind of questions?" she asked, her voice low and steady, offering a silent reassurance to her friend and leader. Alex's jaw tightened as he considered his next words. "The kind that suggest foul play," he admitted, his eyes narrowing. "And it implicates the club as well as the local authorities." Alex watched as Nina's eyes widened with a mix of disbelief and alarm. She knew the gravity of such an accusation, and the potential consequences it could have for the Iron Shadows and all they had built. "Who sent this message?" Nina asked, her voice laced with a steely resolve. "I don't know," Alex confessed. "It was left for me, cryptic and unsigned. But the information it contains—" He trailed off, the weight of the revelation still settling within him. Nina was silent for a moment, her gaze unflinching as she processed the implications. Then, without hesitation, she placed a hand on Alex's arm, her touch both comforting and commanding. "We'll get to the bottom of this," she said, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Alex felt a surge of gratitude and relief, knowing that he could count on Nina's unwavering loyalty and support. Their bond had been forged through years of shared triumphs and challenges, and he knew that this latest revelation would only serve to strengthen their resolve. "I was hoping you'd say that," Alex replied, the hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "There's someone else we need to bring in on this, someone with the expertise to help us unravel this conspiracy." Nina nodded, understanding immediately. "Wrench," she said, her lips forming a determined grin. "Let's go find our resident genius." The two made their way through the bustling rally, weaving between the rows of gleaming motorcycles and the clusters of club members, their eyes scanning the crowd for their trusted brother. Finally, they spotted Tommy Wrench Walker, the Iron Shadow's resident mechanical wizard, elbow deep in the engine of a bike, working in concentration. "Wrench!" Nina called out, drawing his attention. Tommy looked up, his expression shifting from one of intense focus to a warm, welcoming smile as he recognized the club's president and vice president. "Alex Nails," he greeted them, wiping his hands on a rag as he approached. "What can I do for you?" Tommy's gaze shifted between Alex and Nina, his expression growing serious as he sensed the urgency in their demeanor. "We've got a problem, Wrench," Alex said, his voice low and grave. "One that's going to require all of our skills to solve." He quickly relayed the details of the cryptic message, watching Tommy's eyes widen with concern. Whoa, hold on," the mechanic interjected. "You're saying there's a conspiracy involving the club and the local authorities? And it might have something to do with your old man's death? Alex nodded solemnly. That's exactly what I'm saying. And I need you, Wrench. I need both of you to help me get to the bottom of this. Tommy glanced at Nina, who gave him a resolute nod. The trio had weathered many storms together, their bond forged through years of unwavering loyalty and shared purpose. Well then, what are we waiting for? Tommy said, a determined gleam in his eye. Let's saddle up and get to work. The three of them moved with purpose, Alex and Nina flanking Tommy as they made their way towards the club's headquarters. Their collective skills combined were a formidable force against the unknown conspirators. As they navigated the bustling rally grounds, Alex's gaze drifted towards the familiar Iron Shadow's insignia, adorning the jackets of his fellow club members. The sight stirred a sense of pride, but also a heavy burden of responsibility that weighed on his shoulders. His father had built this club from the ground up, shaping it with his unwavering vision and uncompromising principles. Alex had big shoes to fill, and he knew that every decision he made as the club's president would echo the legacy his father had left behind. The weight of that legacy fueled his determination, but it also made him keenly aware of the stakes involved in the investigation they were about to undertake. We'll get to the bottom of this, Dad, he murmured under his breath, his fingers tightening around the handlebars of his bike. I won't let your memory be tarnished. I'll protect this club or die trying. Just as they were about to turn the corner towards the club's headquarters, Alex spotted a familiar figure standing in their path. Damien, the sergeant-at-arms of the rival Storm Riders Motorcycle Club. Damien's gaze narrowed as he caught sight of the three Iron Shadow's members, a sneer spreading across his weathered features. Well, if it isn't the Golden Boy and his loyal sidekicks, he sneered, deliberately blocking their way. Alex felt his muscles tense, his instinct to protect his club kicking in. What are you doing here, Damien? He growled, his voice low and menacing. Just keeping an eye on my territory, the rival biker retorted, his eyes glinting with a dangerous challenge. You Iron Shadows should know better than to stick your noses where they don't belong. Nina stepped forward, her body language radiating a fierce protective energy. This is our turf, Damien. I suggest you take your sorry ass and leave before things get ugly. Wrench's hand hovered near the concealed weapon on his belt, his expression grim and focused. The tension in the air was palpable, and Alex knew they were on the precipice of a conflict that could derail their investigation before it even began. Alex shared a quick, pointed glance with Nina and Wrench, silently conveying the need to de-escalate the situation. He took a step forward, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Look, Damien, we don't want any trouble. We're just here to handle some business within our own club. Why don't you move along and we'll all go our separate ways? Damien's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Alex thought the sergeant-at-arms might throw the first punch. But instead, a sly grin spread across his face. Business, huh? Well, ain't that interesting? Damien leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You know, I heard some whispers about a certain message that's got your little club all riled up. Maybe I could lend a hand. For the right price. Alex felt his jaw tighten, his suspicion rising. What are you getting at, Damien? The rival biker shrugged nonchalantly. Just saying, maybe I know something that could help you out, but it'll cost you. After all, information ain't cheap these days. Nina stepped forward, her eyes narrowed. We don't need your help, Damien. Whatever you know, you can keep it to yourself. Wrench placed a hand on Nina's arm, his expression thoughtful. Hold on, Nina. Maybe we should hear him out. He turned to Damien, his tone measured. What kind of information are you offering, and what's the price? Alex could see the gears turning in Wrench's mind, the mechanical genius already strategizing how to use Damien's offer to their advantage. He shared a silent nod with Wrench, indicating his willingness to at least entertain the rival biker's proposal. Well, now that's more like it, Damien said, his smile widening. Let's just say I know a thing or two about that mysterious message your dear old president received, and I might be willing to share, for a small cut of whatever comes out of it. Chapter 2. The heavy oak door creaked open, and Nina Nails Ramirez strode into the Iron Shadow's meeting room, her steel-toed boots echoing against the worn floorboards. The acrid scent of cigarette smoke and leather hung in the air, mingling with the tension that seemed to pulse through the dimly lit space. Nina's dark eyes swept across the room, taking in the familiar faces of her fellow club members, their expressions a mix of anticipation and concern. As she approached the weathered wooden table at the center of the room, Nina felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders like a familiar leather jacket. She squared her jaw, her fingers instinctively brushing against the iron pendant that hung around her neck, a symbol of her unwavering loyalty to the iron shadows. "Evening, brothers and sisters," Nina said, her voice low and firm as she took her seat at the head of the table. The chair creaked beneath her, a sound that seemed to underscore the gravity of the moment. She leaned forward, elbows resting on the table's scarred surface, her gaze meeting each pair of eyes around her. Some held steady, others flickered away, and Nina filed away each reaction, cataloging the subtle shifts in body language and facial expressions. Something's off, she thought, a flicker of unease coiling in her gut. They're on edge, more than usual. "All right," Nina began, her tone brooking no argument. "Let's cut to the chase. We've got some serious shit to discuss, and I need everyone's full attention." As the words left her lips, Nina's mind raced, considering the potential implications of the information she was about to share. The conspiracy they were facing threatened not just the club, but everything they had built together. Their chosen family, their freedom, their very way of life. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for the difficult conversation ahead. The weight of her responsibility as vice president pressed down on her, but Nina refused to let it show. She had fought tooth and nail for her position in this world, and she'd be damned if she'd let anyone see a crack in her armor now. "Before we dive in," Nina said, her eyes narrowing slightly, "I want to make one thing crystal clear. What's said in this room stays in this room. We're family, and family protects its own. Understood?" A chorus of affirmative grunts and nods rippled around the table. Nina nodded, satisfied for the moment, but her guard remained firmly in place. Trust was a precious commodity in their world, and even among family, it was never given blindly. As she prepared to lay out the situation before them, Nina couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride beneath her stern exterior. These men and women around her, they were more than just club members. They were survivors, fighters, bound together by a shared commitment to loyalty and freedom. Whatever storm was brewing on the horizon, Nina knew they would face it together, come hell or high water. The heavy oak door creaked open again. This time Alex strode into the room, his leather jacket creasing as he moved. Tommy Wrench. Walker followed close behind, wiping his grease-stained hands on a rag. They approached the table with purpose, their faces etched with determination. Alex's piercing blue eyes met Nina's as he took his seat. "All right, Nails, shall we start?" Nina leaned forward, her voice low and steady. "We've got a problem brewing. We've been made aware of some circumstances surrounding Alex's old man's death, and things aren't adding up." She paused, gauging the reactions around the table. Wrench's brow furrowed, his fingers drumming silently on the worn wood. "We've got a message," Nina continued, her tone hardening, suggesting there might be a conspiracy involving not just rival clubs but local law enforcement as well. "It is time for us to dig for some evidence." Alex's jaw clenched, a muscle twitching beneath his skin. Nina could almost see the gears turning in his mind, processing the implications of her words. "What kind of evidence are we talking about, Nails?" Wrench asked, his voice gravelly with concern. Nina reached into her jacket, pulling out a folded document. "Financial records, inconsistent police reports, and a few too many coincidences for my liking. Someone's gone to a lot of trouble to cover their tracks, but they've left breadcrumbs." As she spoke, Nina's mind raced, considering their next moves. They were treading on dangerous ground, and one wrong step could bring the whole club crashing down. But backing down wasn't an option, not when justice for their fallen brother was on the line. Alex's blue eyes remained locked on Nina, his gaze unwavering as she laid out the details. The leather of his jacket creaked softly as he leaned forward, elbows resting on the table. Beside him, Wrench sat equally attentive, his normally jovial face set in serious lines. The tension in the room was palpable, a heavy silence settling over them as Nina's words sank in. Alex felt a familiar tightness in his chest, a mixture of anger and determination that had become all too common since his father's death. After a moment, Alex cleared his throat. "This reminds me of that situation we had a few years back," he said, his voice low but filled with a quiet intensity. "Remember when we discovered that shipment of tainted parts?" Wrench nodded, a glimmer of recognition in his eyes. "Yeah, that was a mess. Could have ruined us if we hadn't caught it in time." Alex continued, his tone tinged with admiration. "But we didn't just catch it. We traced it back to the source, exposed the whole operation. It took every one of us working together, using our strengths." He looked around the table, meeting each member's gaze in turn. "Wrench, your mechanical expertise was crucial. And Nina, your connections in the industry helped us navigate the fallout." A small smile tugged at the corner of Nina's mouth, a rare break in her usually stoic demeanor. "We've got the same dedication, the same resourcefulness now," Alex concluded, his voice growing stronger. "Whatever this conspiracy is, whoever's involved will uncover it. For the club, and for my father." Nina's dark eyes flickered with emotion as she leaned forward, her petite frame belying the strength of her presence. "We've come a long way, haven't we?" she said, her voice uncharacteristically soft. The usual edge in her tone had given way to something more vulnerable, yet no less powerful. "When I first joined the Iron Shadows," she continued, her gaze distant as if looking into the past, "I never imagined we'd face the challenges we have. The busts, the rival clubs, the betrayals." Her fingers absently traced the outline of a tattoo on her forearm, a reminder of battles won and lost. Nina's voice grew stronger, tinged with unmistakable pride. "But every time, we've come out stronger. We've held on to what matters: loyalty, family, justice. It's not just about the bikes or the brotherhood. It's about standing up for what's right, no matter the cost." She paused, her eyes sweeping across the faces around the table. "We've built something here that goes beyond a club. It's a fortress, protecting our own and those who can't protect themselves." Alex felt a swell of emotion in his chest, recognizing the rare moment of openness from Nina. He caught Wrench's eye across the table, and they both nodded slightly, a silent understanding passing between them. In that brief exchange, years of shared experiences, triumphs, and hardships were acknowledged. As Nina's words hung in the air, Alex found himself reflecting on his own journey with the Iron Shadows. The club had been his lifeline after his father's death, giving him purpose and family when he needed it most. Now, facing this new threat, he felt that same sense of unity and determination coursing through him. Alex leaned forward, his muscular forearms resting on the worn wooden table. The leather of his jacket creaked softly as he moved, the Iron Shadow's insignia on his back catching the dim light. His gaze swept the room, commanding attention without a word. "All right," he began, his voice low and resolute. "We've got a web of lies to untangle, and we're going to do it methodically." He ran a hand through his short-cropped dark hair. "First, we need to trace every connection between the local authorities and anyone who might have had a grudge against my old man." Alex's heart clenched at the mention of his father, but he pushed the emotion aside. "I'm thinking we start with the old case files. There might be something we missed, some detail that didn't seem important at the time." He glanced at Nina, then back to the group. "We'll need eyes and ears everywhere. Discreet ones. We can't afford to tip our hand too early." As Alex spoke, Wrench nodded thoughtfully, his beard hiding the slight frown of concentration on his face. When Alex paused, Wrench cleared his throat, the sound rough in the quiet room. "I might have an idea about that," Wrench said, leaning in. His coveralls were stained with grease, a testament to the hours he'd spent in the garage earlier. "Remember that custom security system I installed at the clubhouse last year? Well, I've been tinkering with some new tech that could help us gather intel without risking our people." Alex raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What kind of tech are we talking about, Wrench?" Wrench's eyes lit up with excitement. "Micro cameras and listening devices, boss. Cutting-edge stuff. We could plant them strategically around town, maybe even in the police station if we play our cards right." As Wrench explained the technical details, Alex found himself marveling at his friend's ingenuity. This was why Wrench was invaluable to the Iron Shadows. His mind was as sharp as his mechanical skills. That could work, Alex mused. But we'll need to be careful about placement. One wrong move and we could blow the whole operation. Nina leaned back in her chair, a rare smile playing at the corners of her lips. I like it, she said, her voice carrying a note of approval. Wrench, you never cease to amaze me with your gadgets. The tension in the room seemed to dissipate, replaced by a cautious optimism. Alex glanced around, noting the determined set of Nina's jaw, the excited gleam in Wrench's eyes. These were people he'd trust with his life, and he knew they felt the same. All right, Alex said, standing up. The others followed suit, a silent acknowledgement of his authority. Nina, I want you to start mapping out potential locations for Wrench's devices. Wrench, get to work on making these things as undetectable as possible. We can't afford any slip-ups. As the meeting broke up, Alex felt a familiar mix of anticipation and dread settling in his gut. They were on the verge of something big, he could feel it. But with that came danger, and the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on his shoulders. He watched as his friends filed out of the room, their quiet conversations a testament to the bond they shared. Tomorrow, they'd start putting their plan into action. Tonight, though, Alex knew sleep would be elusive. His father's face, blurred by the passage of time, flashed in his mind. We'll find the truth, Dad, he whispered to the empty room. We're going to find out what really happened to you. As the door closed behind the last member, Alex stood alone in the silence, the enormity of their undertaking settling over him like a shroud. Chapter 3. Alex's fingers hesitated on the doorknob, his muscled forearm tensing beneath the worn leather of his jacket. The muffled sound of boots on the porch outside sent a jolt through his body, igniting memories of sirens and flashing lights from years past. He drew in a deep breath, steeling himself before swinging the door open. Detective Eva Johnston stood framed in the doorway, her lithe silhouette backlit by the setting sun. Alex's breath caught in his throat. He'd known Eva was attractive, but seeing her here, in the flesh, was something else entirely. Detective Johnston? He managed, his voice gruffer than he'd intended. To what do I owe the pleasure? Eva's lips curved into a small smile as she stepped inside, her presence immediately filling the room. Just Eva, please. This isn't an official visit. Alex's eyes followed her as she moved, noting the confident set of her shoulders, the purposeful stride that spoke of years on the force. He found himself straightening unconsciously, responding to the air of authority she exuded. I heard you were back in town, Eva continued, her gaze sweeping the room before settling back on Alex. Thought I'd stop by, see how you're settling in. Alex's mind raced. Was this truly a friendly visit, or was there more to it? He knew his past was an open book to someone like Eva. The weight of his history with law enforcement pressed down on him, threatening to suffocate the careful composure he'd built. That's thoughtful of you, he replied, carefully neutral. Can I offer you a drink? Eva shook her head, her short blonde hair catching the light. I'm good, thanks. Like I said, this is informal. Just wanted to touch base, make sure everything's going smoothly with your return. Alex leaned against the wall, feigning a casualness he didn't feel. Everything's fine. The club's keeping me busy. Eva's green eyes seemed to pierce right through him. I'm sure it is. The Iron Shadows have always been active in Silver Creek. The implied question hung in the air between them. Alex felt a familiar surge of protectiveness for his club, warring with an unexpected desire to prove himself to Eva. He found himself wanting her to see beyond his past, beyond the CUDA on his back. We're not looking for trouble, he said finally, meeting her gaze. Just trying to keep the peace, same as you. Eva's eyebrow quirked slightly. Is that so? Well, I hope you're right, Alex, for everyone's sake. As she spoke, Alex couldn't help but notice the way the fading sunlight caught the angles of her face, softening her features. He pushed the thought away, reminding himself of who she was, of the gulf that lay between them. "Was there anything else?" he asked, his tone carefully neutral. Eva's smile returned, a hint of something unreadable in her eyes. "Not for now, but I'm sure we'll be seeing more of each other, Alex. Silver Creek isn't that big a town after all." Before Eva could turn to leave, Nina stepped forward, her petite frame radiating strength and purpose. "I'm Nina Ramirez," she said, her tone direct and unwavering. "Vice President of the Iron Shadows and Alex's right hand." Alex watched the interaction closely, a mix of pride and gratitude washing over him as Nina effortlessly established her position. Her loyalty to the club and to him personally was evident in every word and gesture. "Nina's been invaluable since I took over leadership," Alex added, his voice carrying a hint of warmth that belied his earlier discomfort. "We run this club as a team." As Nina and Ava exchanged pleasantries, Alex saw a calculated opportunity. Having a police detective on their side could be a game changer, but it also came with risks. "So, detective," Alex said, his tone carefully neutral. "Let's be honest. What exactly brought you to our doorstep today?" Eva's green eyes flickered between Alex and Nina, her expression unreadable. "I've been reviewing some old case files," she said, her voice steady and professional. "Your father's death came up, Alex. I thought it might be worth discussing, given your recent return to Silver Creek." Alex's jaw tightened imperceptibly. He hadn't expected Eva to bring that up on a silver plate, but it was well appreciated. "My father's death was ruled an accident," he replied, his tone measured. "What's there to discuss?" Nina shifted closer to Alex, her presence a silent show of support. Her dark eyes never left Eva's face, searching for any hint of deception or ulterior motive. "Sometimes old cases warrant a fresh look," Eva said, her gaze locked on Alex. "Especially when new information comes to light." Alex's heart quickened, but he kept his expression neutral. "What kind of new information?" he asked, his curiosity piqued despite his lingering wariness. As Eva began to elaborate, Alex found himself leaning in slightly, his earlier reservations giving way to a cautious interest. The possibility of uncovering the truth about his father's death, a truth he'd now suspected was more complex than the official story, was tantalizing. Nina's voice cut through his thoughts. "And what exactly do you hope to get from this fresh look?" she asked, her tone sharp but not hostile. Alex glanced at Nina, grateful for her perceptiveness. It was a question he'd been pondering himself, and hearing it voiced aloud helped crystallize his own thoughts. Eva's response was measured, her professionalism unwavering. Justice, if it's warranted. Closure, at the very least. The word closure resonated with Alex, stirring something deep within him. He'd been carrying the weight of his father's death for years, the unanswered questions a constant burden. Maybe working with Ava could provide the answers he'd been seeking. Ava's piercing eyes scanned the room before settling back on Alex. "But there's more," she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "In the past year, Silver Creek has seen a string of mysterious disappearances. People vanishing without a trace." Alex's muscles tensed, his mind racing. He exchanged a quick glance with Nina, whose subtle nod confirmed they were thinking the same thing. This aligned all too well with their own suspicions of a larger conspiracy involving the Iron Shadows. "What kind of people?" Nina asked, her tone carefully neutral. Eva's lips tightened into a thin line. "Mostly outsiders, drifters, newcomers to town, but a few locals too. No apparent connection between them, except..." "Except what?" Alex pressed, leaning forward, his heart pounding against his ribcage. "They all had some interaction with members of the Iron Shadows shortly before vanishing," Eva finished, her gaze steady on Alex's face. The room seemed to shrink around him, the air growing thick. Alex fought to keep his breathing even, his mind whirling with implications. Could someone in the club be involved? Or was this an elaborate setup? "That's a hell of an accusation," Nina growled, her dark eyes flashing with anger. Alex held up a hand, silencing Nina's protest. "It's not an accusation," he said, surprising himself with the calmness in his voice. "It's information. And if it's true, We need to know about it. He turned to Eva, studying her face. You're telling us this for a reason. What are you proposing? Eva's expression softened slightly, a hint of respect flickering in her eyes. I think we might be more effective working together than at cross purposes. Your inside knowledge, combined with my resources and official capacity, we could get to the bottom of this. Alex felt a surge of conflicting emotions: hope, suspicion, determination. He glanced at Nina, seeing his own internal struggle mirrored in her face. The potential benefits of joining forces with Eva were clear, but so were the risks. And what would this collaboration look like? Nina asked, her voice tight with barely contained skepticism. As Eva began outlining her proposal, Alex found himself nodding along, his earlier reservations giving way to a grudging respect for the detective's thoroughness. The idea of pooling their resources and knowledge was starting to seem not just appealing, but necessary. Alex's jaw clenched as Eva finished speaking. He stood, pacing the room with measured steps, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. The leather of his jacket creaked softly with each movement, a reminder of the legacy he carried. You need to understand something, Detective, Alex said, his voice low and intense. He turned to face Eva, blue eyes blazing with conviction. The Iron Shadows aren't just a club, we're a family. Every member from Prospect to Old Guard is under my protection. He paused, memories of his father flooding his mind. The lessons taught, the values instilled. My old man built this club on loyalty and trust. I won't betray that, no matter what. Eva leaned forward, her gaze sharp and assessing. And if that loyalty is being used against you? If someone in the club is involved in these disappearances? Alex's fist clenched involuntarily. Then they're not truly Iron Shadows, he growled. And I'll deal with them myself. Nina stepped closer, her presence a silent show of support. Alex drew strength from it, squaring his shoulders. And I'll do whatever it takes to keep my people safe and uphold what my father built, he declared. But I won't throw anyone to the wolves without solid proof. Eva nodded slowly, a hint of admiration creeping into her expression. That's commendable, Alex. More than I expected, if I'm being honest. She stood, adjusting her jacket. All right. I'm willing to look into your father's death records. But this has to be a two-way street. I need complete transparency from you both. Alex exchanged a loaded glance with Nina. Trust didn't come easily in their world, but desperate times called for desperate measures. We'll give you what we can, Alex said carefully. But understand, there are some club matters that stay within the club. That's non-negotiable. Eva raised an eyebrow, a wry smile playing at her lips. Fair enough. I suppose we'll have to navigate those waters as we come to them. She extended her hand, and Alex took it, noting the firm grip and the warmth of her skin against his calloused palm. As they shook on their tentative alliance, Alex found his gaze lingering on Eva's face. The late afternoon sun slanting through the window caught the golden highlights in her short-cropped hair, giving her an almost angelical glow. Her green eyes, so sharp and perceptive, held a depth he hadn't noticed before. The curve of her jaw, the subtle fullness of her lips. Alex suddenly realized he was cataloging every detail of her face. We'll be in touch, Eva said, breaking the moment. She turned to leave, and Alex couldn't help but notice the way her suit jacket hugged her curves, the confident sway of her hips as she walked. As the door closed behind her, Alex shook his head, trying to clear the unexpected fog of attraction. Nina's knowing smirk told him he hadn't been as subtle as he'd hoped. Don't even start, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. Nina chuckled. I didn't say a word, boss. But maybe next time, try not to undress the cop with your eyes while we're negotiating. Alex groaned, but he couldn't quite shake the image of Eva from his mind. While he tried to shake those thoughts away, a small part of him was looking forward to their next encounter. Chapter 4. The iron door creaked open, its rusty hinges protesting as Alex pushed his way into the dimly lit clubhouse. Nina and Tommy followed close behind, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. Let's get to work, Alex said, his voice low and gravelly. He led them to a weathered oak table in the far corner, its surface barely visible beneath a sea of papers and photographs. Nina's dark eyes flashed with determination as she took her place beside him. "We'll find the answers, Alex." Tommy nodded, his beard twitching as he frowned at the scattered evidence. Where do we even start with all this? Alex's gaze swept over the table, taking in the grainy surveillance photos, crumpled receipts, and dog-eared maps. His father's face stared back at him from a faded newspaper clipping, the sight sending a sharp pang through his chest. He swallowed hard, pushing down the grief that threatened to overwhelm him. "We start by connecting the dots," he murmured, more to himself than the others. His fingers traced the outline of Silver Creek on one of the maps, following the winding roads his father had traveled on that fateful night. Nina leaned in, her shoulder brushing against his. "What about this?" She tapped a photograph showing a nondescript warehouse on the outskirts of town. "It's not much, but it's the last place your dad was seen alive." Alex nodded, his mind racing. "Good catch. Tommy, what do you make of this?" He slid a close-up image of his father's wrecked motorcycle across the table. Tommy squinted, his brow furrowing as he examined the twisted metal. "Something's not right here. The damage pattern, it doesn't match up with a simple accident." A chill ran down Alex's spine. He'd suspected foul play, but hearing it confirmed made it all too real. "So we're definitely looking at murder," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Nina's hand found his, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "We'll find who did this, Alex. The iron shadows take care of their own." Alex met her gaze, drawing strength from the fire he saw burning in her eyes. He turned to Tommy, noting the set of his jaw and the determination etched into every line of his face. These were more than just his brothers and sisters in the club. They were family. As they huddled closer, poring over the clues with renewed focus, Alex felt a spark of hope ignite in his chest. With Nina's street smarts, Tommy's technical expertise, and his own unwavering resolve, they would uncover the truth. No matter how deep they had to dig or how dangerous the path ahead, Alex knew one thing for certain: his father's killer wouldn't escape justice. Alex straightened, his shoulders squaring as he surveyed the team. The weight of leadership settled upon him, heavy yet familiar. He cleared his throat, drawing their attention. "All right, we need to divide tasks," he declared, his voice resonating with authority. "We'll each tackle what we do best." Nina's dark eyes flashed with anticipation, her fingers drumming against the table's edge. Alex turned to her, recognizing the coiled energy in her compact frame. "Nina, I need you to hit the streets," he said, holding her gaze. "Your instincts are unmatched, and you've got connections in every dark corner of Silver Creek. Shake down your informants, lean on your contacts. We need to know if anyone's been whispering about my old man's death." A slow, predatory smile spread across Nina's face. "Consider it done," she replied, her voice low and dangerous. "I'll make 'em sing like canaries." Alex nodded, a flicker of pride warming his chest. Nina was a force of nature, and he was grateful to have her by his side. As she began gathering her leather jacket and keys, Alex's mind raced, considering the potential leads she might uncover. He couldn't help but admire her determination, the way she carried herself with such confidence. For a moment, he allowed himself to imagine her out there, navigating the treacherous underbelly of Silver Creek with the grace of a panther stalking its prey. "Remember," he added, his tone softening slightly, "be thorough, but be careful. We don't know who we're up against yet." Nina paused at the door, glancing back over her shoulder. "Always am, boss," she said with a wink, before disappearing into the night. As the door swung shut behind her, Alex turned back to the task at hand, his jaw set with renewed determination. They were one step closer to uncovering the truth, and he'd be damned if he let his father's killer slip through their fingers. The acrid scent of fuel and grease hung heavy in the air as Tommy Walker hunched over the mangled remains of Alex's father's motorcycle. His calloused hands moved with practiced precision, probing every inch of twisted metal and shattered components. Alex watched, his heart constricting at the sight of the wrecked machine that had been his father's pride and joy. "What have you got for me, Tommy?" Alex's voice was low, tension thrumming beneath the surface. Tommy straightened, wiping his hands on a rag. His brow furrowed as he spoke. Something ain't right here, boss. The brake line's been cut clean through. No way that's an accident. Alex's fists clenched involuntarily, a surge of anger coursing through him. You're sure? As sure as I am that Harleys are better than rice rockets, Tommy replied, his usual jovial tone absent. This was deliberate, Alex. Someone wanted your old man dead. Before Alex could respond, the clubhouse door burst open. Detective Eva Johnston strode in, her presence electric and unexpected. Alex's pulse quickened, a mix of wariness and curiosity flooding his system. Voss, Eva said curtly, her green eyes scanning the room. We need to talk. Alex raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. Detective Johnston, to what do we owe the pleasure? Again? Eva's gaze flickered to Tommy, then back to Alex. I've uncovered something about your father's death, and it's not just an isolated incident. The air in the room seemed to thicken. What could Eva have discovered so fast? Go on, he said, his voice carefully neutral. Eva took a deep breath. It's about the string of disappearances in Silver Creek. At first, they seemed unrelated, but your father's death? It fits right in. Alex's heart pounded in his chest. Could this be the break they'd been looking for? Or was it just another dead end in a seemingly endless maze? What kind of pattern? He asked, fighting to keep his voice steady. As Eva began to explain, Alex couldn't shake the feeling that they were standing on the precipice of something much larger and more dangerous than they'd ever imagined. Eva's words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Alex's mind whirred, processing the information and its potential impact. He glanced at Nina and Tommy, their faces mirroring his own mix of anticipation and apprehension. Eva, Alex said, his voice low and measured. What you're suggesting, it's big. Bigger than anything we've dealt with before. He ran a hand through his short-cropped hair, his blue eyes intense with concentration. We need to pool our resources, combine what we know. Eva's eyebrows shot up, surprise flickering across her face. You're proposing we openly work together, the Iron Shadows and law enforcement? Alex nodded, his jaw set with determination. This goes beyond club loyalty or badges. If what you're saying is true, we need all hands on deck. He could feel the weight of his father's memory pressing down on him, urging him forward. This was about justice, about uncovering a truth that had eluded them for far too long. Eva's green eyes narrowed, assessing him. It won't be easy like our informal alliance. There are lines we can't cross, procedures we need to follow. I understand, Alex replied, his tone resolute. But we each bring something unique to the table. Your legal expertise, our alternative methods of gathering information. Together we might actually stand a chance of cracking this. Eva nodded slowly, her posture relaxing slightly. All right, Voss, but we do this my way. No cowboy antics, no vigilante justice. We create a joint task force, share everything we know, and work within the boundaries of the law. Deal? Alex extended his hand, a gesture of trust and collaboration. Deal. As they shook hands, Alex couldn't help but feel a spark of hope ignite in his chest. He turned to face his team, his blue eyes blazing with renewed determination. All right, let's lay it all out. What do we know so far? Nina stepped forward, her petite frame belying her commanding presence. She spread a series of photographs across the worn leather of the club's meeting table. We've got reports of unusual activity at the old Blackwater Bridge in the weeks leading up to your father's death, she said, her voice low and intense. Suspicious vehicles, late-night meetings. It's not much, but it's a start. Tommy nodded, his beard twitching as he spoke. And I've taken a good look into the bike, Alex. There's something off about the brake lines. It's subtle, but to a trained eye... He trailed off, his implications clear. Eva leaned in, her brow furrowed. I've got intel on a series of cold cases that might be connected. Disappearances, all within a 50-mile radius of Silver Creek. Too many to be coincidence. Alex's mind raced, piecing together the fragments of information. So we're looking at a potential conspiracy, spanning years, possibly involving law enforcement. He ran a hand through his short-cropped hair, feeling the weight of the revelation. Christ, this is bigger than we thought. Nina's eyes flashed dangerously. Then we hit harder. We've got contacts in every dark corner of this town. Let's use them. Agreed, Alex said, his tone resolute. But we do this smart. Eva, you'll be our liaison with the police department. Any official channels, you handle them. Nina, I want you working your network. Anyone who's seen or heard anything unusual, I want to know about it. He turned to Tommy. You're on tech and evidence. That bike needs to be torn apart, every inch examined. And I want you to set up a secure communication system for us. No loose ends. Eva nodded, her professional demeanor softening slightly. I'll dig deeper into those cold cases, see if I can find any common threads. We'll need to establish a regular meeting schedule, keep everyone in the loop. Good, Alex agreed. We'll meet here every other day, 9 p.m. sharp. Anything urgent, we use burner phones. Tommy'll set them up. As they discussed the finer points of their investigation, Alex felt proud of his team. Each of them brought unique skills to the table, and together, they just might have a chance at uncovering the truth. Remember, he said, his voice low and intense, we're dealing with dangerous people. Watch your backs, trust your instincts, and if anything feels off, you bail. No heroics. We're in this together. The others nodded, their faces set with grim determination. As they dispersed to their assigned tasks, Alex couldn't shake the feeling that they were standing on the precipice of something monumental. They would face it as a united front, bound by loyalty, driven by justice, and fueled by the unshakable bonds of their unlikely alliance. Alex watched as his team filed out of the clubhouse, each member's footsteps echoing with purpose. The heavy door crying shut behind Eva, leaving him alone in the suddenly quiet room. Turning back to the table strewn with evidence, Alex ran his fingers over a faded photograph of his father. We're coming for them, Dad, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Determination coursed through his veins, igniting a fire in his chest. They were one step closer. He could feel it. The pieces were finally starting to fall into place. Alex's phone buzzed in his pocket. It was Nina. Hey, boss. Her voice crackled through the speaker. I'm heading out to meet with our contact in the South Side. Trust your gut, Nina, Alex replied, his tone firm but caring. You've got the best instincts in the club. If anything feels off... I know. I'll bail, she finished for him. Don't worry, I've got this. As he hung up, Alex couldn't help but smile. Nina's unwavering confidence was reassuring, a stark contrast to the uncertainty that had plagued him since his father's death. He moved towards the window, watching as Tommy's pickup truck rumbled out of the lot. The mechanic was off to examine the wreckage of his father's bike once again, searching for any signs of tampering that might have been overlooked. Be careful out there, brother, Alex whispered to himself, a mixture of concern and hope coloring his thoughts. Chapter 5. The Iron Shadows clubhouse loomed before Alex, its weathered facade a testament to decades of loyalty and brotherhood. He pushed open the heavy door. His footsteps echoed through the hallway, each determined stride bringing him closer to the wisdom he sought. Alex's heart quickened as he approached Jake's workshop, a sanctuary of mechanical marvels and hard-earned wisdom. He paused at the threshold, taking in the sight of his mentor hunched over a gleaming chrome engine, his calloused hands working with practiced precision. Ghost? Alex called softly, his voice barely audible above the gentle clink of metal on metal. Jake looked up, his piercing blue eyes meeting Alex's with an intensity that seemed to peer into his very soul. The older man's gaze held a mixture of curiosity and understanding, as if he had been expecting this visit. Alex felt a familiar sense of awe wash over him. Even after all these years, Jake's presence commanded respect, his weathered features a roadmap of experiences that Alex could only imagine. He stepped into the workshop, the scent of grease and gasoline mingling with the musty odor of old leather and cigarette smoke. I need your guidance, Alex said, his voice low and tinged with a hint of desperation. He ran a hand through his short-cropped hair, a gesture that betrayed his inner turmoil. Silver Creek's underbelly is more treacherous than I anticipated. Jake set down his wrench, wiping his hands on a nearby rag. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken words and shared history. Alex's mind raced, wondering if he had made the right decision in coming here. Would Jake's wisdom be enough to navigate the dangerous waters ahead? As if sensing Alex's inner conflict, Jake's eyes softened slightly. He gestured to a worn leather armchair in the corner of the workshop, an invitation for Alex to sit and unburden himself. Alex sank into the chair, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders once more. Surrounded by the vintage motorcycles that Jake lovingly restored, Alex felt a sense of timelessness. These machines, like the iron shadows themselves, were built to endure. He drew strength from that thought, his resolve strengthening as he prepared to share his concerns with the man who had guided him through so many challenges before. Alex leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. The investigation's taken a dark turn, Jake. We've uncovered connections between local officials, but every time we get close, the trail goes cold. He paused, frustration evident in the set of his jaw. I can't shake the feeling we're being watched, maybe even set up. Jake listened intently, his weathered face impassive. The only indication of his engagement was a slight narrowing of his piercing blue eyes. Alex found himself studying his mentor's face, searching for any hint of what the older man might be thinking. There's more, Alex continued, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. Nina intercepted a coded message. We think it might be about a major shipment coming in, but we can't crack it. If we're right, this could be our chance to blow the whole operation wide open. He ran a hand over his face, feeling the weight of his next words. But if we're wrong, we risk exposing ourselves and putting the club in danger. I need your insight, Jake. How do I protect our people while still pursuing justice? Jake remained silent for a long moment, his gaze drifting to the half-assembled engine on his workbench. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and gravelly, carrying the weight of years of hard-earned wisdom. A snake sheds its skin but keeps its venom, Jake said, his eyes meeting Alex's. The wise man knows when to strike and when to coil. Alex furrowed his brow, feeling a mix of frustration and intrigue at Jake's cryptic response. He knew his mentor well enough to understand that this wasn't just a simple riddle, but a metaphor for the challenges they faced. Alex leaned against a nearby workbench, his fingers absently tracing the chrome of a vintage carburetor as he mulled over Jake's words. The snake, he muttered, his blue eyes narrowing in concentration. We're the snake, aren't we? And the skin we shed. That's our old methods, our predictable patterns. He pushed off from the bench, pacing the workshop floor. Each step echoed his racing thoughts. But keeping the venom? That's our strength, our ability to strike when needed. Jake watched him silently, a ghost of a smile playing at the corners of his weathered mouth. Alex stopped, turning to face his mentor. So you're saying we need to change our approach, become unpredictable, but without losing what makes us who we are? Jake nodded slowly, his gravelly voice filling the workshop once more. The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Remember, boy, in unity, there is strength. The proverb hit Alex like a physical force, driving home the importance of trust and loyalty within the iron shadows. He felt a renewed sense of purpose coursing through him, understanding now that their strength lay not just in his leadership, but in the unbreakable bonds between all members of the club. Alex leaned against a vintage Harley, his fingers absently tracing the chrome handlebars as he absorbed Jake's wisdom. The weight of leadership pressed heavily on his shoulders, but the proverb offered a comforting reminder of the club's collective strength. I get it, Ghost, Alex said, his voice low and thoughtful. We're stronger together, no matter what we're up against. Jake's eyes locked onto Alex's, a flicker of approval crossing his weathered features. Let me tell you a story, son, he began, his gravelly voice taking on a reminiscent tone. Back in '89, we faced a threat that could have torn the iron shadows apart. Alex straightened, his full attention on Jake. The old-timer rarely spoke of his past, and Alex knew this was a moment to be treasured. "We had a rat in our ranks," Jake continued, hands working a rag over a motorcycle part as he spoke. "Someone feeding information to a rival club. Trust was shattered. Suspicion ran rampant." Alex's jaw clenched, imagining the turmoil. "How did you handle it?" he asked, his mind already drawing parallels to their current situation. Jake's eyes grew distant, lost in the memory. "We almost tore ourselves apart trying to find the traitor. But then I realized something crucial. Our strength wasn't in rooting out the weak link, but in reinforcing the bonds between those we knew we could trust." Alex nodded slowly, absorbing Jake's words. The weight of leadership pressed on him, but a spark of understanding ignited in his chest. "Ghost," Alex said, his voice thick with emotion. "I can't thank you enough for this. Your guidance, it's invaluable." Jake set down the motorcycle part and fixed Alex with a penetrating gaze. "Remember, boy," he rasped, "in the darkest night the stars shine brightest. Look to those who've always had your back." Alex felt a surge of gratitude wash over him. He reached out, clasping Jake's shoulder firmly. "I won't forget," he promised, his blue eyes shining with newfound resolve. As Alex turned to leave, Jake's voice stopped him at the workshop door. "One last thing, Alex. The shadows may be iron, but it's the fire within that forges them." Alex paused, letting the cryptic words sink in. He glanced back at Jake, seeing the glimmer of something unspoken in the older man's eyes. With a nod of understanding, Alex stepped out into the fading afternoon light. The cool air hit his face as he strode across the grounds, his mind filled with renewed purpose. The weight of his kuta seemed to sit differently on his shoulders now, a reminder of the responsibility he carried. "Fire within," Alex murmured to himself, his hand unconsciously tracing the iron shadows patch on his chest. The pieces were starting to fall into place, a strategy forming in his mind. As he swung his leg over his bike, the rumble of the engine igniting matched the determination surging through his veins. Silver Creek's underworld awaited, and the iron shadows were ready for it. Chapter 6. The Iron Shadows clubhouse buzzed with nervous energy, a cloud of cigarette smoke hanging thick in the air. Alex leaned against the worn leather couch, eyes fixed on Nina as she paced the room, her boots echoing on the hardwood floor. "The steel serpents are getting bolder," Nina growled, her dark eyes flashing with anger. "We can't let them think they can muscle in on our territory." Alex nodded, his jaw clenching as he considered their options. The weight of leadership pressed down on him, a constant reminder of the legacy he carried. "We won't," he assured her, his voice low and steady. "But we need to be smart about this. One wrong move and we could have a full-blown war on our hands." Nina paused, her gaze softening as she looked at Alex. "Your old man would be proud of how you're handling this, you know." A lump formed in Alex's throat, memories of his father flooding his mind. He swallowed hard, pushing the emotion down. "We do this for him, for the club. The Iron Shadows don't back down." The clubhouse door swung open with a creak, drawing every eye in the room. Alex's breath caught as Detective Eva Johnston strode in, her blonde hair gleaming under the dim lights. The atmosphere shifted instantly, tension crackling through the air like electricity. Eva's green eyes scanned the room, her posture rigid as she took in the sea of leather-clad bikers. Alex noticed how her hand hovered near her hip, where he knew her gun was holstered. "Well, well," drawled Spike, one of the older members, his voice dripping with disdain. "Looks like the laws decided to grace us with their presence. To what do we owe this pleasure, Detective?" Eva's gaze locked onto Alex, ignoring Spike's jab. "Don't guys know any other line? I need to speak with you, Voss, privately." Alex felt Nina stiffen beside him, her loyalty radiating off her in waves. He placed a calming hand on her shoulder. "Whatever you have to say, you can say it here," Nina challenged, her voice sharp as a knife's edge. "We don't keep secrets in this club." Alex's eyes darted between Nina and Ava, feeling the tension build. He admired Nina's fierce protection of the club, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Ava's presence meant something big was about to go down. The steel serpents, his father's unsolved murder, the growing unrest in Silver Creek. It all swirled in his mind, pieces of a puzzle he couldn't quite fit together. "Easy, Nina," Alex said softly, squeezing her shoulder. To Eva, he added, "Let's take this to my office. The rest of you, keep your eyes open. I want to know if even a leaf moves funny outside." As he led Eva towards his office, Alex could feel the weight of his club members' stares. Trust was hard-won in their world, and right now, it was being put to the test. Whatever Eva had to say, Alex knew it could change everything. The only question was whether they'd be ready for it. Alex closed the office door behind them, the muffled sounds of the clubhouse fading away. He leaned against his desk, arms crossed, and fixed Eva with a steely gaze. "All right, detective. What's so urgent you had to walk into the lion's den?" Eva's green eyes flashed with determination as she stepped closer, her voice low and urgent. "The steel serpents are making their move, Alex. They're not just muscling in on your territory anymore. They're aiming to take over the entire drug trade in Silver Creek." Alex's jaw clenched, his mind racing through the implications. "How solid is this intel?" "Rock solid," Eva replied, pulling out a small USB drive. "I've got financial records, intercepted communications, even a rough timeline of their plan. They're not just coming for your club, Alex. They're coming for the whole damn town." Alex took the drive, turning it over in his calloused hands. The weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders, like a familiar leather jacket. "This changes everything," he muttered, more to himself than Eva. He paced the small office. The Iron Shadows had always been about more than just business. They were protectors, a family. And now, that family was under threat. "My father," Alex said suddenly, stopping to face Eva. Could this be connected to his death? Eva's expression softened slightly. "It's possible. The timing fits. And with this level of organization, they might have been planning this for years." Alex nodded, a fire igniting in his blue eyes. "Then we've got no choice. We have to stop them, not just for the club, but for Silver Creek." He turned to the wall, where a worn leather cut hung, his father's old colors. Alex reached out, running his fingers over the patches. "I swore I'd find justice for him, Eva, and I'll be damned if I let these serpents destroy everything he built." Eva watched him, her usual hard edge softening for a moment. "It won't be easy, Alex. They've got people everywhere, maybe even in your club." Alex turned back, his expression resolute. "Then we'll root them out. Every last one. The Iron Shadows stand for something in this town, and I won't let that die. Not now, not ever." He walked to the door, hand on the knob, then paused. "Thank you, Eva, for bringing this to me. I know it couldn't have been easy." Eva nodded, a hint of a smile on her lips. "Just don't make me regret it, Voss." Alex grinned, a flash of his usual charm breaking through the tension. "Wouldn't dream of it, detective. Now, let's go make some plans. We've got a war to win." As Alex reached for the doorknob, Eva stepped closer, her hand brushing his arm. The touch sent an unexpected jolt through him, making him pause and turn towards her. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the weight of their shared purpose seemed to dissolve the professional barriers between them. "Alex," Eva said softly, her usual brusque tone softening. I want you to know that I'm in this with you. Not just as a cop, but..." She trailed off, leaving the words unspoken. Alex found himself studying the flecks of gold in her green eyes, noticing for the first time how they caught the light. He swallowed hard, suddenly aware of how close they were standing. "I know," he replied, his voice low and husky. "And I appreciate that, Eva. More than you know." Their gazes held for a heartbeat longer, the air between them charged with unspoken sensations. Alex felt a pull towards her, a desire to close the distance that both thrilled and terrified him. And the moment was shattered by the sound of heavy boots approaching. Nina's voice rang out as she pushed open the door. "Alex, are you done yet?" She stopped short, her dark eyes narrowing as she took in the scene before her. Am I interrupting something? Nina asked, her tone laced with suspicion. Alex stepped back, clearing his throat. No, of course not. Eva was just filling me in on some details about the serpents. What's wrong, Nina? Nina's gaze flicked between Alex and Eva, her jaw set in a hard line. Yeah, I bet she was, she muttered. Louder, she added. We need to discuss this whole situation, Alex. Working with cops is always a risky move, and you know it. Alex sighed inwardly, recognizing the stubborn set of Nina's shoulders. He knew this conversation was coming, but he'd hoped for more time to formulate a plan. As he prepared to mediate between his loyal VP and the determined detective, he couldn't shake the lingering warmth of Eva's touch on his arm. Eva straightened, her green eyes flashing with barely contained irritation. I'm not just any cop, Nina. I'm here to help, whether you like it or not. Nina scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Help? The last time I checked, helping didn't involve putting a target on our backs. You've got no idea what you're getting into. The tension in the room crackled like static electricity. Alex's gaze darted between the two women, his mind racing to find a way to defuse the situation before it escalated further. Eva took a step forward, her voice low and intense. I've been tracking the steel serpents for months. I know exactly what I'm getting into, Nina. The question is, do you? Nina's hand twitched towards the knife at her hip, a gesture that didn't go unnoticed by Alex. He moved swiftly, positioning himself between them. Enough, he said, his voice firm but calm. We're all on the same side here. Nina's eyes blazed. Are we? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like we're inviting trouble right into our clubhouse. Alex felt the weight of leadership pressing down on him. He understood Nina's concerns. Hell, part of him shared them. But he also recognized the value of Eva's intel. He took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. Nina, I get it. You're worried about the club, and that's exactly why we need Eva's help. The serpents are coming for us whether we like it or not. Having someone on the inside could be the edge we need. He turned to Eva, his expression softening slightly. And Eva, you need to understand that this isn't just about catching bad guys. These are our lives, our family. We can't afford to take unnecessary risks. Eva's stance relaxed slightly, though her eyes remained wary. I understand that, Alex. But sometimes you have to take risks to get results. Nina snorted. Results? Like what? Getting us all arrested or killed? Alex held up a hand, silencing them both. Here's how it's going to work. Eva, you share everything you know with us. No holding back. Nina, you'll be our liaison. Any information Eva brings, it goes through you first. That way we can verify and cross-check before we act on anything. He looked between them, his blue eyes intense. We need both of you if we're going to take down the serpents and find out who killed my father. Can you work together on this? The silence stretched for what felt like an eternity. Alex's heart pounded in his chest as he waited, acutely aware that the future of the Iron Shadows hung in the balance. Finally, Nina gave a curt nod. For the club, she said, her voice tight. Eva hesitated a moment longer before extending her hand. For justice, she replied. As the two women shook hands, Alex felt a mixture of relief and apprehension wash over him. He'd managed to broker a tentative peace, but he knew the real challenge was just beginning. The road ahead would be fraught with danger, and he could only hope that the fragile alliance he'd forged would be strong enough to weather the coming storm. Alex leaned forward, resting his elbows on the worn wooden table. The faint scent of cigarette smoke and leather hung in the air, a familiar backdrop to the tense atmosphere. He fixed his gaze on Eva, then Nina, his blue eyes sharp with focus. All right, he said, his voice low and gravelly. Let's get down to brass tacks. What's our next move against the steel serpents? Eva cleared her throat, her fingers drumming a rapid tattoo on the tabletop. We need concrete evidence linking them to the drug trade expansion. My sources indicate they're planning a major shipment soon, but we need specifics, dates, locations, key players. Nina scoffed, crossing her arms. And how exactly do you propose we get that information? It's not like they're going to invite us to their strategy meetings. Alex's thoughts raced, considering their options. The weight of leadership pressed down on him, each decision carrying potentially life-altering consequences. He absently traced the Iron Shadow's insignia on his leather cuff, drawing strength from what it represented. "We'll need to infiltrate," he said finally. "It's risky, but it's our best shot at getting the intel we need." Eva's eyes widened. "You're talking about sending someone undercover? That's incredibly dangerous, Alex. If they're discovered—" "Then we make damn sure they're not discovered," Alex cut in, his tone brooking no argument. He turned to Nina. "I need you to reach out to your contacts in the other clubs. See if anyone's heard whispers about new players trying to muscle in on Serpent territory. Might give us a lead on their expansion plans." Nina nodded, a determined glint in her eye. "Consider it done. I'll start making calls tonight." Alex then addressed Eva. "You've got access to resources we don't. I need you to dig into their financials, follow the money trail. Look for any unusual patterns or large transactions that might indicate when and where this shipment is going down." Eva's brow furrowed. "That's not exactly by the book, Alex. I could lose my badge if—" "And we could lose our lives if we don't get ahead of this," Alex interrupted, his voice tight with barely contained frustration. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to soften his tone. "I know I'm asking a lot, Eva, but we're past the point of playing it safe. Are you in or out?" Eva held his gaze for a long moment, conflict clear in her green eyes. Finally, she nodded. "I'm in, but we do this smart, understand? No unnecessary risks." Alex felt a weight lift from his shoulders. They had a plan. Dangerous and uncertain, but a plan nonetheless. As he looked at the two women before him, so different yet united in this cause, he felt a glimmer of hope. "All right," he said, straightening up. "Let's get to work. We've got a traitor to smoke out and a club to protect." The tension in the clubhouse was palpable as Alex, Nina, and Eva prepared to put their plan into motion. Alex's heart raced, adrenaline coursing through his veins as he double-checked his gun and slipped it into his holster. The weight of it against his side was both a comfort and a reminder of the danger they were about to face. Nina paced the room, her steps echoing on the worn floor. "We should have more backup," she muttered, running a hand through her dark hair. "This feels too exposed." Alex shook his head, his blue eyes steely with determination. "We can't risk involving anyone else. The fewer people who know, the better our chances of catching the rat." Eva stood by the window, her posture rigid as she scanned the street outside. "My contact just confirmed the steel serpents are on the move. We've got a narrow window to intercept that shipment." The urgency in her voice sent a shiver down Alex's spine. This was it. Their one shot at turning the tables on their enemies and saving the Iron Shadows. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. "All right, let's go over it one more time," he said, his voice low and intense. "Nina, you'll take point on surveillance. Eva, you're our eyes and ears with law enforcement. I'll make the approach." Nina's dark eyes flashed with concern. "Alex? That's too risky. Let me—" "No," he cut her off, his tone brooking no argument. "If this goes south, the club needs you. You're the only one I trust to keep things together if—" He couldn't finish the thought. The air grew thick with unspoken fears. Alex felt the weight of leadership pressing down on him, heavier than ever before. But as he looked at Nina and Eva, he saw the same fierce determination mirrored in their eyes. "Whatever happens next," he said softly, "we're in this together. For the Iron Shadows. For justice." As they moved towards the door, Alex couldn't shake the feeling that everything was about to change. The future of the club, their lives, hung in the balance. And as they stepped out into the cool night air, the roar of motorcycle engines in the distance seemed to herald the storm that was coming. Chapter 7. The neon-lit Iron Shadows emblem cast an eerie glow across the weathered oak table, its crimson light dancing over the faces of those gathered around it. Alex leaned forward, hands splayed on the worn surface, eyes narrowed as he surveyed his most trusted allies. "We need every member on board," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "This isn't just about our club anymore. It's about survival." Nina nodded, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "Agreed. But how do we convince the fence-sitters? Some of them are still raw from the last turf war. Tommy scratched his beard thoughtfully. We could start with the old guard. They remember what unity meant back in the day. Alex considered this, a familiar ache blooming in his chest at the thought of his father's legacy. How would he have handled this? The weight of leadership pressed down on him, a constant reminder of the shoes he was trying to fill. Good thinking, Tommy, Alex said, offering a slight nod. We'll need to appeal to their sense of history, remind them of what the Iron Shadows stand for. Just then, the heavy door swung open, admitting Maya, Ryan, and Samantha. The energy in the room shifted, charged with a new intensity that Alex could almost taste. Maya strode forward, her auburn hair gleaming under the harsh fluorescent lights. I've been crunching some numbers, she said, her voice crisp and assured. If we reallocate our resources and tap into some alternative revenue streams, we could bolster our defenses without drawing too much attention. Alex raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of alternative streams are we talking about? Maya's lips curved into a sly smile. Let's just say I know a few investment opportunities that fly under the radar. High risk, but higher reward. Ryan, towering over the others, stepped forward. His voice was quiet, but carried an undercurrent of steel. Whatever financial moves we make, we need to be ready for retaliation. I can train a security detail, get our people combat ready. Alex nodded, a spark of hope igniting in his chest. This was why he needed his people, each bringing their own strengths to the table. But as his gaze fell on Samantha, he saw the familiar mix of determination and anguish etched on her face. Sam, he said softly, what's on your mind? Samantha's blue eyes met his, fierce and unwavering. I want in on this, she said, her voice tight with emotion. Whatever we're doing, whatever it takes to find my brother and keep this club safe, I'm there. I can't just sit on the sidelines anymore. Alex felt a swell of pride and concern. Samantha's loyalty was unquestionable, but her personal stake in this made her unpredictable. Still, he couldn't deny the fire in her eyes. All right, he said. We use everyone's skills. Maya, work on those financial angles. Ryan, start training whoever's willing. Samantha, he paused, weighing his words carefully. I want you with me and Nina when we talk to the members. Your story, your determination. It might be just what we need to remind everyone what we're fighting for. As the others nodded their agreement, Alex felt a familiar surge of adrenaline. The road ahead was treacherous, but with his family beside him, he was ready to face whatever came their way. The Iron Shadows would stand united. Alex's gaze swept across the room, his voice dropping to a low, intense rumble. Listen up. We're dealing with the steel serpents here. They're ruthless, and they've got eyes and ears everywhere. Whatever we do, whatever we say, it stays between us. Trust no one outside this room. Understood? A chorus of affirmatives echoed through the clubhouse. Alex could feel the tension in the air, thick and palpable. He locked eyes with Nina, her serene expression masking the concern he knew she felt. All right, he continued, squaring his shoulders. Nina and I will hit the streets, rally the troops. The rest of you stick to your tasks. Stay alert, stay safe. As the group began to disperse, Alex felt a familiar weight settle on his shoulders. The responsibility of leading the Iron Shadows had never felt heavier. He clenched his fists, pushing down the gnawing doubt in his gut. Nina appeared at his side, her presence grounding him. Ready to make some house calls? She asked, her voice low and steady. Alex nodded, grateful for her unwavering support. Let's ride. The roar of their motorcycles cut through the night as they thundered down Silver Creek's streets. The wind whipped at Alex's face, carrying with it the scent of impending rain. His mind raced, rehearsing the words he'd use to convince their brothers and sisters to stand strong. Their first stop was Big Mike's auto shop. As they pulled up, Alex could see the hulking figure of Mike through the grimy windows, hunched over an engine. Nina hung back as Alex strode inside, his boots echoing on the concrete floor. Mike, Alex called out, his voice carrying the weight of authority. We need to talk. Mike straightened, wiping his hands on a rag. What's on your mind, Prez? Alex took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. The club's facing some heat. I need to know you're with us, 100%. Mike's brow furrowed, his eyes searching Alex's face. You questioning my loyalty? Never, Alex replied, his voice softening. But what's coming, it's gonna test all of us. I need you to remember why you patched in, why we're family. As he spoke, Alex could see the shift in Mike's demeanor, the tension in his shoulders easing. He pressed on, his words painting a picture of unity and strength in the face of adversity. By the time he finished, Mike's eyes were blazing with renewed purpose. I'm with you, Alex, Mike said, clasping Alex's arm. Always have been, always will be. As they rode to their next destination, Alex felt a glimmer of hope. One down, many more to go. The road ahead was long and fraught with danger, but with every member they rallied, the iron shadows grew stronger. Tommy Walker's grease-stained fingers flew over the keyboard, his eyes darting between multiple screens in the club's makeshift command center. The air hummed with the soft whir of electronics and the faint scent of motor oil that seemed to follow Tommy wherever he went. All right, boys and girls, Tommy muttered, his gravelly voice barely audible over the clicking of keys. Let's keep this show on the road. He tapped his earpiece, opening a secure channel. Nina, you copy? Alex just finished with Mike. He's headed your way. ETA 10 minutes. Nina's voice crackled through the speaker. Roger that, Tommy. I'm in position. Tommy nodded, satisfaction etching his weathered features. He'd set up a complex network of burner phones and encrypted channels, ensuring the iron shadows could communicate without fear of interception. It wasn't pretty, but it was damn effective. As he coordinated the movements of his fellow club members, Tommy couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This was what he was good at, keeping the gears turning smoothly, even when the whole machine was under threat. His phone buzzed, and he glanced at the screen. A text from Alex. Meeting Eva. Keep things running. Tommy's brow furrowed. He knew this meeting was necessary, but it still made him uneasy. Be careful, brother, he muttered, before turning his attention back to the screens. Across town, Alex pushed open the doors of the Rusty Nail, a dingy bar on the outskirts of the city. The smell of stale beer and cigarette smoke hit him as he scanned the dimly lit room. His eyes landed on Eva, sitting alone in a corner booth, her blonde hair glowing softly in the low light. As Alex slid into the seat across from her, he felt a familiar tug in his chest. Eva's green eyes met his, a mixture of wariness and something else, something that made his pulse quicken. Fancy meeting you here, Detective, Alex said, his voice low and tinged with dry humor. Eva's lips quirked in a half smile. I could say the same, Mr. Voss. I assume this isn't a social call? Alex leaned back, studying her face. Maybe it should be. Might make things less complicated. For a moment, the air between them crackled with unspoken tension. Then Eva sighed, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Complicated seems to be the theme lately, she admitted. As they began to talk, their voices hushed and heads bent close, Alex found himself opening up in a way he hadn't expected. There was something about Eva that made him want to let his guard down, despite every instinct telling him to be cautious. Eva leaned forward, her eyes intense. I've been digging into the Steel Serpent's finances. There's definitely something fishy going on with their books. Alex nodded. We've noticed increased activity on their turf. Looks like they're gearing up for something big. Our paths are crossing more than I'd anticipated, Eva mused, her finger tracing the rim of her glass. Alex felt a spark of electricity as their eyes met. Maybe it's time we stopped pretending and talk straight. Eva raised an eyebrow. A cop and a biker together? That's a dangerous game, Alex. He leaned in closer, his voice low. Sometimes you need to play dangerous to win. As the night wore on, their conversation drifted from strategy to more personal territory. Alex found himself sharing stories of his father, the weight of legacy heavy in his words. He always said the club was about family, Alex said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. sometimes I wonder if I'm living up to that. Eva's hand brushed his, a gesture of comfort that sent a jolt through him. From what I've seen, you're the heart of the Iron Shadows. Alex felt a warmth spread through his chest, surprised by how much her words meant to him. As Eva began to open up about her own past, he found himself captivated by the strength and vulnerability she revealed. Their laughter mingled with the low hum of the bar, creating a bubble of intimacy in the crowded space. Alex caught himself stealing glances at Eva, noticing the way her eyes crinkled when she smiled, the subtle tilt of her head when she was deep in thought. Alex's eyes darted around the bar, hyper-aware of their surroundings. Despite the growing ease between them, he couldn't shake the feeling of exposure. He leaned in, voice barely above a whisper. We should be careful. Eyes everywhere. Eva nodded, her posture subtly shifting. To any observer, they'd look like two strangers sharing a casual drink. But beneath the surface, a current of electricity crackled between them. Tell me something, Alex, Eva said, her green eyes searching his face. What keeps you up at night? The question caught him off guard. Alex took a long swig of his beer, buying time to gather his thoughts. Failing the club, he finally admitted. Not living up to my old man's legacy. You? Eva's fingers traced the condensation on her glass. The ones I couldn't save. The cases I couldn't crack. She paused, vulnerability flickering across her face. The fear that I'll always be alone in this fight. Alex felt a surge of protectiveness. Without thinking, he reached out, his calloused hand covering hers. You're not alone, Eva. The moment hung between them, fraught with unspoken possibilities. Alex's heart raced, torn between the desire to pull her closer and the instinct to maintain distance. What do you want, Alex? Eva asked softly. Beyond the club, beyond this case, what do you dream about? The question hit him like a punch to the gut. Alex struggled to find the words, realizing he'd never allowed himself to imagine a life beyond his responsibilities. I want, he began, surprised by the raw honesty in his voice. I want peace. A world where I don't have to constantly look over my shoulder, where the people I care about are safe. His gaze locked with Eva's, and in that moment, Alex realized she might be the key to that dream, and the biggest threat to it. The neon sign above the bar flickered, casting a red glow across Eva's face as she stood. We should go, she murmured, her voice tinged with reluctance. Alex nodded, his throat tight. They moved towards the exit, his hand hovering at the small of her back, not quite touching. The cool night air hit them as they stepped outside, a stark contrast to the warmth they'd shared inside. Under the dim streetlight, they faced each other. Alex's blue eyes searched Eva's green ones, seeking something he couldn't name. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken words. Eva, Alex began, but she shook her head, a sad smile playing on her lips. We both know what we can't say, Alex, she whispered. Be careful out there. He nodded, understanding the weight of her words. As Eva turned to leave, Alex caught her wrist gently. Their eyes met one last time, a silent acknowledgement of the connection they'd forged. With a deep breath, Alex watched her disappear into the night, his mind already racing with the implications of their meeting. He mounted his bike, the familiar rumble beneath him a stark reminder of his responsibilities. The ride back to the clubhouse was a blur of streetlights and cool wind. Alex's thoughts swirled with strategies and concerns, but underneath it all, Eva's face lingered. As he pulled into the lot, Alex saw Nina and Tommy waiting for him. Their expectant faces brought him sharply back to reality. He killed the engine and swung off his bike, squaring his shoulders. How'd it go? Nina asked, her dark eyes scanning his face for clues. Alex ran a hand through his short-cropped hair. Better than expected? Eva's on board, cautiously. She's got intel that could blow this whole thing wide open. Tommy leaned against his bike, arms crossed. You trust her? The question hung in the air. Alex thought of Eva's vulnerability, her determination. Yeah, he said finally. I do. Nina nodded, a hint of relief in her expression. Good. We need all the allies we can get. As they moved towards the clubhouse, Alex felt a renewed sense of purpose. Gather the others, he instructed. We've got work to do. Inside, Alex looked around at the faces of his brothers and sisters, people he'd die for without hesitation. The weight of leadership settled on his shoulders, but for the first time in a long while, it felt manageable. All right, listen up, he began, his voice carrying across the room. We've got a fighting chance, but it's going to take all of us. Alex leaned against the worn leather of the bar, his piercing blue eyes sweeping across the assembled faces. The tension in the room was palpable, a coiled spring ready to snap. The steel serpents think they've got us cornered, he continued, his voice low and intense. But they don't know what we're capable of when we stand together. Nina stepped forward, her petite frame radiating strength. We've got allies now, unexpected ones. It changes the game. Tommy nodded, his beard hiding a grim smile. About damn time we turned the tables. Alex felt a surge of pride as he looked at his brothers and sisters. They'd been through hell together, and now they were ready to face whatever came next. He thought of Eva, of the connection they'd forged. It gave him hope, dangerous as that might be. We're taking this to the next level, Alex announced, his tone brooking no argument. It's going to be risky. Some of you might get hurt, but we're going to uncover the truth and protect what's ours. Ryan, ever the silent sentinel, spoke up from the corner. Just point us in the right direction, boss. We're ready. The energy in the room shifted, anticipation crackling like electricity. Alex could feel it, the renewed sense of purpose, the excitement of the hunt. But beneath it all, a thread of fear. He embraced it, knowing it would keep them sharp. Tomorrow we start dismantling their operation piece by piece, he said, his voice filled with quiet determination. Tonight, we prepare. Get some rest. You're gonna need it. As the group dispersed, Alex caught Nina's eye. She nodded, understanding passing between them without a word. The iron shadows always ride together, united, unbreakable. Chapter 8. The thunderous roar of motorcycles reverberated through the Iron Shadows clubhouse as Alex strode into the dimly lit main room, his leather jacket creaking with each purposeful step. All right, let's get down to business, Alex announced, his eyes scanning the faces of his trusted allies gathered around the worn wooden table. Nina, Tommy, and Eva looked up at him expectantly, their expressions a mix of determination and anticipation. Alex spread out a collection of documents and photographs across the table's scarred surface. His father's smiling face stared back at him from one of the photos, igniting a fierce resolve in his chest. We've got bits and pieces, he said, his voice low and gravelly. But we need to connect the dots between the steel serpents and my old man's death. Nina leaned forward, her dark eyes glinting in the low light. What's our next move, boss? Alex ran a hand through his short-cropped hair, considering their options. The weight of leadership pressed down on him, a constant reminder of the legacy he carried. He thought of his father, of the lessons in strategy and patience he'd imparted. What would you do, Dad? He wondered silently. The rusty nail, Alex finally declared, tapping a finger on a map of Silver Creek. It's a known hangout for the steel serpents. If we're going to find answers, that's where we start. Tommy nodded, a mischievous glint in his eye. I've heard whispers about that place. Rough crowd, but nothing we can't handle. We're not looking for a fight, Alex cautioned, though his muscles tensed at the thought of confronting his father's killers. We need information, witnesses, anyone who might have seen or heard something that could tie the serpents to what happened. Eva, ever the voice of reason, chimed in. We'll need to be discreet. If we spook them, we'll lose any chance of getting the truth. Alex nodded, appreciating her tactical mind. Agreed. We'll split up, blend in. Keep your eyes and ears open for anything suspicious. As they discussed the finer points of their plan, Alex felt a familiar mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through his veins. This was more than just club business. It was personal. The memory of his father's laugh, The lessons he'd taught about honor and loyalty fueled Alex's determination. "Remember," Alex said, his voice dropping to a near whisper as he leaned in close to his team. "We're not just doing this for the club. We're doing this for family. For justice." His gaze lingered on each of them, seeing the same fire reflected in their eyes. With a collective nod of understanding, they rose from the table, the scraping of chairs against the floor punctuating the gravity of the moment. As they made their way to their bikes, Alex felt a surge of pride and gratitude for his chosen family. Whatever lay ahead at the Rusty Nail, he knew they'd face it together. The engines roared to life, a symphony of power and purpose. Alex swung his leg over his custom Harley, the familiar rumble beneath him steadying his nerves. As they pulled out of the clubhouse, the cool night air whipping past his face, Alex's mind wandered to his father. "We're coming for them, Dad," he thought, his grip tightening on the handlebars. "We'll make this right." The neon sign of the Rusty Nail flickered ominously as Alex and his team pulled into the gravel parking lot. The bar's weathered exterior belied its reputation as a hub for the city's underground activities. Alex cut his engine, the sudden silence amplifying the muffled bass thumping from inside. "All right," Alex said, his voice low and determined. "You know the plan. Keep your eyes open and your wits sharp." As they entered the dimly lit bar, the acrid smell of stale beer and tobacco smoke assaulted Alex's senses. He scanned the room, noting the mix of rough-looking bikers and sketchy characters hunched over their drinks. His gaze settled on the bartender, a burly man with a shaved head and tattoos snaking up his neck. Alex made his way to the bar, his footsteps purposeful yet casual. He leaned against the sticky countertop, catching the bartender's eye. "Whiskey, neat," he ordered, his voice carrying just enough authority to demand attention. As the bartender poured his drink, Alex observed him closely. The man's movements were practiced, but there was a tension in his shoulders that spoke of wariness. He knows more than he's letting on, Alex thought. "Rough night?" Alex asked, gesturing to the rowdy crowd. The bartender grunted. "Ain't they all?" He slid the whiskey across the bar. Alex took a sip, savoring the burn. "True enough. Seems like there's been more trouble than usual lately, though. You hear anything about that?" Out of the corner of his eye, Alex saw Nina moving through the crowd, her presence commanding and intimidating. He silently admired her ability to blend in while standing out, a skill that made her invaluable to the iron shadows. The bartender's eyes narrowed slightly. "I mind my own business," he said gruffly. Alex nodded, his mind racing to find the right angle. "Smart man, but sometimes," he leaned in closer, lowering his voice, "staying out of it can be just as dangerous as getting involved, especially when it comes to certain snakes in the grass." The bartender's hand paused mid-wipe on a glass. Alex knew he'd struck a nerve. Now he just had to reel him in. Tommy weaved his way through the crowded bar, the scent of beer and smoke clinging to him like a second skin. He spotted a group of rough-looking men huddled around a table in the back, their rough hands wrapped around beer bottles. "Bingo," he thought, recognizing the telltale grease stains under their fingernails. "Nice night for a ride, eh, boys?" Tommy said, approaching with an easy grin. "Mind if I join ya?" The mechanics eyed him warily, but one, a burly man with a salt and pepper beard, nodded towards an empty chair. Tommy sat, his mind racing to find the right entry point. "Name's Tommy. Couldn't help but notice that beauty parked out front. That '89 Softail. She yours?" The bearded man's eyes lit up. "Damn straight. Rebuilt her myself." Tommy whistled appreciatively. "Nice work. I've got a 92 myself, but been having some trouble with the transmission. Any tips?" As the conversation flowed, Tommy carefully steered it towards local riders and clubs. He needed to get these guys talking about the steel serpents without raising suspicion. Meanwhile, Eva's keen eyes scanned the bar, taking in every detail. A flicker of movement caught her attention. A man in a worn leather jacket, nursing a beer in the corner. His gaze kept darting between Alex at the bar and Tommy in the back. Too interested to be a casual observer, Eva thought, her instincts on high alert. She casually made her way closer, careful not to draw attention to herself. The man's body language screamed, "Look out!" and Eva was determined to find out why. The corner booth of the bar was a refuge of shadows, perfect for clandestine conversations. Alex leaned forward, his eyes probing the faces of his trusted allies. The air was thick with tension and the faint scent of stale beer. "All right," Alex said, his voice low and gravelly. "What have we got?" Nina's dark eyes flashed as she spoke first. "The bartender's definitely on the Steel Serpent's payroll. He clammed up when I mentioned their name, but his reaction told me everything I needed to know." Alex nodded, a muscle in his jaw tightening. "Good work. Tommy?" Tommy ran a hand through his beard. "Those mechanics out back? They're scared shitless of the serpents. Wouldn't say much, but I got the impression the gang's been pressuring local businesses for protection money." Eva leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. "There was a lookout watching us all night. I managed to tail him when he left. He made a call outside, mentioned something about unexpected visitors at their storage facility." Alex's mind started piecing together the fragments of information. The Steel Serpents were clearly up to something big, something that could potentially link back to his father's murder. He felt a familiar mix of grief and rage bubbling up inside him, but pushed it down. Now wasn't the time for emotions. They needed a plan. "All right," he said, his tone resolute. "We've got a lead. There's an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. If the serpents are using it as a hideout or storage, that's where we'll find our answers." Nina's eyes narrowed. "You sure about this, Alex? It could be a trap." Alex met her gaze, seeing the concern beneath her tough exterior. "It's a risk we have to take if we are to get anywhere from here." Tommy nodded, his usual easygoing demeanor replaced by grim determination. "I'm with you, brother. Whatever comes." Eva's lips pressed into a thin line. "I'll bring my kit. If there's evidence to be found, we'll find it." As they stood to leave, Alex felt a surge of gratitude for his makeshift family. Whatever dangers lay ahead, they'd face them together. "Let's ride," he said, leading the way out into the cool night air. The abandoned warehouse loomed before them, a hulking shadow against the starlit sky. Alex killed the engine of his motorcycle, the sudden silence amplifying every creak and groan of the dilapidated structure. He took a deep breath, the scent of rust and stale air filling his nostrils. "Remember," Alex whispered, his voice barely audible above the gentle night breeze. "We're here for evidence. Anything that ties the serpents to my father's death. Stay alert. Stay quiet." Nina nodded, her hand instinctively moving to the gun holstered at her hip. Tommy's eyes darted from shadow to shadow, while Eva methodically checked her investigative kit. Alex's heart pounded as he approached the warehouse's side entrance. The door's hinges protested as he eased it open, wincing at each squeal. "Dad, I'm close to the truth. I can feel it," he thought, a mixture of anticipation and dread coursing through his veins. Once inside, Alex signaled for the team to split up. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he scanned the cavernous space. Rusted machinery and forgotten crates cast eerie shadows in the dim moonlight filtering through grimy windows. He moved cautiously, each step calculated. "What secrets are you hiding, you bastards?" Alex hissed. His fingers trailed along dusty surfaces, searching for anything out of place. A floorboard creaked underfoot, and Alex froze. But it wasn't just the sound. Something felt off about that particular spot. Kneeling, he ran his hands over the worn wood, pulse quickening as he detected a slight gap. "Guys," he whispered hoarsely, "I think I've found something." With trembling fingers, Alex pried at the loose board. It came away easily, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. His breath caught in his throat as he reached inside, pulling out a stack of papers and photographs. In the feeble light of his phone's flashlight, Alex's eyes widened. There, in stark black and white, was undeniable proof. Surveillance photos of his father, financial records linking the serpents to shady deals, and most damning of all, a detailed plan of attack dated the day of his father's murder. "Oh God," Alex murmured, a maelstrom of emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Dad, I finally have the truth. Nina's fingers traced the rough warehouse wall, her senses on high alert. Something wasn't right about this section. The texture felt different. She pressed her ear against it, tapping gently. A hollow sound echoed back. Bingo, she muttered, a grim smile playing on her lips. With practiced precision, Nina located the hidden latch and pushed. The false wall swung open silently, revealing a secret room that made her breath catch. Holy shit, she whispered, dark eyes widening as she took in the arsenal before her. Rows of assault rifles gleamed menacingly in the dim light. Boxes of ammunition were stacked neatly alongside bricks of what she instantly recognized as high-grade narcotics. This wasn't just a stash. It was a small-scale military operation. Nina's jaw clenched as she pulled out her phone, methodically photographing every inch of the hidden cache. Her fingers flew across the screen, adding terse notes to accompany each image. These bastards are more dangerous than we thought, she mused, a chill running down her spine. This could start a war. Meanwhile, across the warehouse, Tommy crouched beside a sleek, matte black motorcycle. His expert hands glided over the frame, searching for telltale signs. What's your story, beautiful? He murmured, more to himself than the bike. As he examined the engine, a glint caught his eye. Tommy leaned in closer, squinting in the low light. There, etched almost invisibly into the metal, was a tiny serpent symbol. Gotcha, Tommy breathed, a mixture of triumph and dread washing over him. He moved from bike to bike, finding similar modifications on each: custom exhaust systems for silent running, reinforced frames for durability, and hidden compartments perfect for smuggling. Guys, Tommy called out, his usually calm voice tinged with urgency. You're gonna want to see this. These aren't just bikes. They're built for war. Eva moved silently through the dimly lit warehouse, her senses on high alert. The musty air tickled her nostrils as she carefully stepped over debris, her eyes scanning every corner. Something about this place felt off, beyond the obvious criminal activity. It was too quiet, too organized. As she rounded a stack of crates, Eva's gaze locked onto a small blinking red light. Her heart rate quickened. Wow, she whispered, crouching down to examine what appeared to be a state-of-the-art security camera, cleverly disguised as part of the building's infrastructure. Following the camera's wiring, Eva discovered a hidden panel. With deft fingers, she pried it open, revealing a sophisticated surveillance system. Multiple screens flickered to life, showing various locations she recognized as Iron Shadow's territory. Shit, Eva muttered, her mind racing. They've been watching us this whole time. She pulled out her phone, quickly snapping photos of the setup. As she scrolled through the footage, her blood ran cold. There were shots of Alex's home, the club's headquarters, even some of their regular hangouts. This is bad, Eva thought, her jaw clenching. Really bad. We're more exposed than we realized. Outside the warehouse, Alex paced nervously, his boots crunching on the gravel. The cool night air did little to calm his racing thoughts. When he saw his team emerging from the building, their grim expressions told him all he needed to know. What did you find? He asked, his voice low and tense. Nina stepped forward, her dark eyes flashing with anger. It's worse than we thought, Alex. They've got enough firepower in there to start a small war. Tommy nodded, adding, and the bikes, they're not just for show. They've been modified for some serious action. Eva, her face pale in the moonlight, spoke last. They've been watching us, Alex. Cameras, surveillance. They know our every move. Alex absorbed this information, his mind already formulating their next steps. He ran a hand through his short hair, a gesture of frustration and determination. All right, he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside. We've got what we came for. Now we need to decide our next move. This isn't just about my father anymore. We're looking at a full-scale threat to everything we've built. Nina stepped closer, her voice low but fierce. We take this to the authorities, Alex. We've got the evidence now. Alex shook his head, conflicted. And risk tipping off the corrupt officials? We don't know how deep this goes. Then what do you suggest? Tommy asked, his usual easygoing manner replaced by a tense urgency. Alex looked at each of them in turn, his blue eyes glinting with resolve. We prepare. We fortify our defenses, warn our people. And then, we take the fight to them. Alex's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their implications. The group fell silent. The only sound the distant hum of traffic and the whisper of wind through the abandoned warehouse's rusted walls. Nina broke the silence, her voice tinged with concern. Alex, that's a big risk. We could be walking into a trap. He turned to her, his jaw set. I know, but we can't sit back and wait for them to make the next move. Not anymore. Tommy nodded slowly, his fingers absently tracing the Iron Shadow's insignia on his jacket. He's right. We've been reactive for too long. It's time to take control. Eva, ever the voice of reason, interjected. We need a plan, a solid one. We can't just charge in blind. Alex felt a surge of pride for his team, their loyalty and intelligence shining through even in this tense moment. He took a deep breath, the cool night air filling his lungs and clearing his mind. You're right, Eva. We'll plan, and we'll plan carefully. But first, he paused, looking at each of them. We need to get this evidence somewhere safe. Tommy, I need you to make copies, lots of them. Distribute them to our most trusted allies. Tommy nodded, already mentally cataloging their safest hideouts. Alex continued, his voice growing stronger with each word. Nina, I want you to reach out to your contacts in law enforcement. Find out who we can trust, if anyone. On it, Nina replied, her eyes glinting with determination. Eva, I need you to analyze that surveillance footage, see if you can find any patterns, any weaknesses we can exploit. Eva nodded. As Alex outlined their next steps, he felt a familiar fire igniting in his chest. It was the same feeling he'd had when he first took leadership of the Iron Shadows, a mixture of fear and exhilaration, of duty and destiny. This is it, he thought to himself. This is where we make our stand. For the club, for Silver Creek, and for my father. Chapter 9. Alex's heart thundered in his chest as he closed the door to his room, the soft click echoing in the sudden silence. Eva stood just a few feet away, her green eyes locked on his with an intensity that made his breath catch. The air between them seemed to crackle with electricity, charged with unspoken tension. I think we need to talk, Eva said, her voice low and husky. Alex nodded, unable to tear his gaze from her. Yeah, I guess we do. He took a step closer, drawn to her like a magnet. Eva mirrored his movement, closing the distance between them. Alex could smell her scent, a mix of lavender that was uniquely Eva. His fingers twitched at his sides, aching to reach out and touch her. This is dangerous territory, Alex thought. She's a cop. I'm an outlaw. We're from different worlds. And yet, he couldn't deny the pull he felt towards her, a gravitational force he was powerless to resist. Alex, Eva breathed, her eyes searching his face. What are we doing? He shook his head slightly, at a loss for words. I don't know, he admitted, but I can't stay away from you. Eva's lips parted, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Alex watched, mesmerized, as she inched closer still. He could feel the heat radiating from her body, see the flecks of gold in her green eyes. This is madness, his mind screamed. But his body had other ideas, refusing to obey the logical part of his brain. Instead, he found himself leaning in, drawn inexorably towards Eva. We shouldn't, Eva whispered, even as her hands came to rest on his chest. Probably not, Alex agreed, his own hands finding her waist, but I don't think I can stop. The air around them seemed to thicken, charged with anticipation and desire. Alex's heart pounded so loudly he was sure Eva must be able to hear it. He searched her eyes, looking for any sign of hesitation or regret. But all he saw was a reflection of his own longing. Their lips met in a passionate collision, igniting a fire that consumed them both, Alex's world narrowed to the softness of Eva's lips, the taste of her tongue as it danced with his own. His hands tightened on her waist, pulling her flush against him as he deepened the kiss. God, Eva, he groaned against her mouth. I've wanted this for so long. Ah! She responded by threading her fingers through his hair, her nails scraping lightly against his scalp. The sensation sent shivers down his spine, stoking the flames of his desire. This is insane, a small voice in the back of Alex's mind repeated. We're from different worlds. This can only end in trouble. But the voice was quickly drowned out by the roaring of blood in his ears and the intoxicating feel of Eva's body against his. The room around them seemed to fade away, the world beyond their embrace ceasing to exist. Alex was vaguely aware of stumbling backwards, his legs hitting the edge of the bed. They fell together onto the mattress, a tangle of limbs and heated kisses. Alex? Eva gasped, breaking away for air. Her eyes were dark with desire, her lips swollen from their kisses. This is a good idea? He cupped her face in his hands, his thumbs tracing the delicate line of her cheekbones. I've never been more sure of anything in my life, he said, his voice husky with emotion. You're all I want, Eva. All I need. Their bodies moved together in perfect harmony, guided by an instinctive understanding of each other's needs. Alex marveled at the way they fit together, as if they were two pieces of a puzzle finally slotting into place. Alex's hands roamed Eva's body, mapping every curve and plane with reverent attention. Each touch elicited a soft gasp or shiver, a symphony of pleasure that only fueled his desire. He trailed kisses down her neck, pausing to nip gently at her collarbone. God, Eva, he murmured against her skin. You're incredible. She arched into him, her fingers tangling in his hair. So are you, she breathed, her voice thick with passion. Their movements became more urgent, driven by a shared hunger that seemed to consume them both. Alex felt as if he was drowning in sensation, every nerve ending alight with pleasure. The world narrowed to just this moment, this connection between them. This is more than just physical, Alex realized with startling clarity. There's something deeper here, something I've never felt before. As they moved together, building towards a crescendo of ecstasy, Alex found himself lost in Eva's eyes. The trust and vulnerability he saw there touched something deep within him, unlocking emotions he'd long kept buried. Eva, he whispered, his voice raw with emotion. I think I'm falling for you. Her response was a kiss so deep and passionate it took his breath away, communicating everything words couldn't express. As the first rays of dawn crept through the curtains, Alex stirred, his arms instinctively tightening around Eva's sleeping form. The soft light painted her skin in a warm glow, accentuating the gentle curves of her body. He found himself mesmerized by the rise and fall of her chest, her breathing perfectly in sync with his own. Morning, beautiful, Alex murmured, his voice still husky with sleep. Eva's eyes fluttered open, a lazy smile spreading across her face. Morning? She replied, nestling closer to him. Alex's heart swelled with an unfamiliar feeling of contentment. The usual weight of responsibility that came with leading the Iron Shadows seemed distant, overshadowed by the warmth of Eva's presence. I could get used to waking up like this, he admitted, surprised by his own vulnerability. Eva traced lazy patterns on his chest, her touch sending shivers down his spine. Me too, she whispered. But what about the club? Alex finished her thought. He sighed, reality starting to creep back in. I know, it's complicated. But maybe, he thought, maybe we can find a way to make this work. The gentle caress of sunlight on their intertwined bodies served as a bittersweet reminder of the world waiting beyond this intimate bubble they'd created. Alex found himself wishing they could stay in this moment forever, sheltered from the chaos and danger that defined their lives. We should probably get up, Eva said softly, though she made no move to leave his embrace. Probably, Alex agreed, equally reluctant. But not just yet. The shrill ring of Alex's phone shattered the peaceful silence, causing both of them to flinch. Alex's hand instinctively reached for the device on the nightstand, his fingers brushing against Eva's arm as he grasped it. "Alex," he answered, his voice instantly shifting to a more authoritative tone. Eva propped herself up on one elbow, her green eyes alert and focused on Alex's face. She watched as his brow furrowed, tension creeping into his jaw. "Nina, slow down," Alex said, sitting up fully now. "What's going on?" Eva's body tensed, her detective instincts kicking in. Whatever Nina had to say, it was clearly urgent. Alex's free hand absently traced patterns on Eva's bare shoulder as he listened intently. "A new lead? Are you sure it's solid?" Eva started piecing together the fragments of information she could glean from Alex's side of the conversation. Their investigation into the recent attacks on the Iron Shadows had been at a standstill for weeks. A breakthrough could change everything. "All right, I'll be there as soon as possible," Alex said, his voice tight with a mixture of anticipation and concern. He ended the call and turned to Eva, his piercing blue eyes meeting her questioning gaze. "Nina's got something big," he explained, already swinging his legs over the side of the bed. "She wants us at the clubhouse ASAP." Eva nodded, her mind shifting into work mode despite the lingering warmth of their intimacy. "Did she give you any details?" Alex shook his head as he reached for his discarded jeans. "Not over the phone. But whatever it is, it's got her spooked." As they hurriedly dressed, Eva couldn't help but wonder how this new development would affect the delicate balance they'd struck between their professional lives and this newfound personal connection. Alex caught Eva's eye as he zipped up his leather jacket, a silent understanding passing between them. The air crackled with unspoken tension, their shared secret palpable in the small room. "We should," Eva began, her voice trailing off as she struggled to find the right words. "Yeah," Alex agreed, his tone gruff but his eyes soft as they lingered on her. "We need to focus on the case." Eva nodded, her fingers fumbling slightly as she buttoned her shirt. The efficiency of her movements belied the longing that tugged at her heart. She couldn't help but think of the contrast between this hurried dressing and the slow, deliberate way they had undressed each other just hours ago. Alex cleared his throat, breaking the charged silence. "Ready?" "Almost," Eva replied, running a hand through her short blonde hair in a futile attempt to tame it. She caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror and saw a woman torn between duty and desire reflected back at her. As they made their way to the door, Alex paused, his hand on the doorknob. He turned back to Eva, his eyes searching hers. "Eva, She held her breath, waiting for him to continue, but he seemed to think better of it. Instead, he leaned in and pressed a quick, fierce kiss to her lips. "Let's go solve this thing," he said as he pulled away, his voice rough with emotion. Eva nodded, squaring her shoulders. "Right. Duty comes first." With one last lingering look at the rumpled bed, they stepped out into the hallway, leaving behind the sanctuary of their stolen moment. As the door clicked shut behind them, Eva felt the weight of their unspoken emotions settling heavily in her chest. She knew that whatever lay ahead, nothing would ever be quite the same between them again. Chapter 10. At the Iron Shadows clubhouse, Alex stood at the head of the long table, staring at the faces of his brothers and sisters. Nina leaned against the wall to his right, her frame coiled with tension, while Tommy sat at the far end, his fingers anxiously beating on the table. Alex cleared his throat, the sound cutting through the oppressive silence. "Brothers and sisters," he began, his deep voice resonating with authority. "I've called this meeting because we've got a situation on our hands." He paused, feeling the weight of what he was about to say. The leather of his cut creaked as he shifted, and he could see the curiosity and concern etched on the faces before him. "There's no easy way to say this," Alex continued, his jaw clenching. "We've uncovered evidence of a traitor within our ranks." The words hung in the air for a moment before chaos erupted. Voices rose in anger and disbelief, fists pounding on the table. Alex's heart raced, but he kept his expression neutral, a skill honed from years of leadership. "Quiet!" Nina's sharp command cut through the din, her dark eyes flashing with intensity. As the noise subsided, Alex's mind whirled. How had it come to this? The iron shadows were a legacy. The thought of betrayal from within cut deeper than any knife. "I know this is hard to hear," he said, his voice softening slightly. "But we've got solid proof, and we need to deal with this head-on if we're going to survive." Tommy spoke up, his usually jovial face creased with worry. "Who is it, Alex? Who would do this to us?" Alex met Tommy's gaze, seeing the pain reflected there. "That's what we're going to learn here," he replied, his voice grim. "And once it is revealed, they'll answer for it." The tension in the room was palpable, a living thing that seemed to pulse with each heartbeat. Alex felt the weight of leadership pressing down on him, heavier than ever before. But as he looked at Nina's resolute stance and Tommy's unwavering loyalty, he knew they would face this challenge together, just as they always had. Alex drew a deep breath, eyes fixed on the faces of the other iron shadows. The air in the room felt thick, charged with a potent mix of anger and fear. "All right, it's Jake," he announced, his voice carrying a weight that seemed to crush the breath out of everyone present. "Jake Morrison has betrayed us." A collective gasp rippled through the room, followed by a cacophony of disbelieving murmurs and enraged shouts. Alex watched as faces contorted with shock, eyes widening and jaws clenching. Some members leapt to their feet, their chairs scraping harshly against the floor. "That can't be right, Alex!" Ryan Carter exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. "Jake's been with us for years!" Alex's heart ached, but he steeled himself. "I wish it wasn't true, but the evidence is irrefutable," he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his chest. He reached into his leather jacket, pulling out a stack of papers. "These are transcripts of phone calls Jake made to the Razorbacks," Alex explained, his tone grim. "He's been feeding them information about our operations, our weaknesses, for months." As he spoke, Alex's mind flashed back to the late nights poring over surveillance reports, the gut-wrenching moment when the pieces fell into place. The betrayal stung all the more because Jake had been like a brother to him. But why? Samantha Wilson's voice cracked as she asked the question on everyone's mind. Alex's jaw tightened. "Money." He spat out the word like it was poison. "The Razorbacks offered him a fortune to turn on us, and he took it." The room erupted again, this time with cries for retribution. Alex felt the familiar weight of leadership settle on his shoulders. He knew the decisions he made next would shape the future of the Iron Shadows forever. The cacophony of voices rose to a deafening roar, echoing off the walls of the clubhouse. Alex's ears rang as accusations flew like bullets across the room, each one striking at the heart of their brotherhood. "You lying piece of shit!" Tommy bellowed, his face contorted with rage as he lunged towards Jake, only to be held back by two other members. Nina's voice cut through the chaos, sharp as a knife. "How long have you been playing us, Jake? How many of our brothers have died because of your greed?" Alex watched as Jake's face drained of color, his eyes darting frantically around the room like a cornered animal. The sight of his once trusted friend reduced to this pathetic state made Alex's stomach churn. "It's not true!" Jake shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. "Alex, you've got it all wrong. I would never betray the club." Alex felt a surge of anger course through his veins. How dare Jake try to deny it after all the evidence they'd uncovered? He took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure. "Then explain the phone records, Jake," Alex demanded, his voice low and dangerous. "Explain the unexplained absences, the convenient tips that always seem to benefit the Razorbacks." As Jake stammered out weak excuses, Alex's mind raced. He knew he had to keep control of the situation before it spiraled into chaos, but part of him wanted nothing more than to let his brothers tear Jake apart for his betrayal. The tension in the room snapped like a frayed cable. In an instant, bodies collided in a violent surge of fists and fury. Jake's desperate plea was cut short as Big Mike's meaty fist connected with his jaw, sending him reeling into a cluster of enraged iron shadows. Alex's heart raced as he watched the scene unfold. The sickening thud of flesh against flesh filled the air, punctuated by grunts of exertion and cries of pain. Jake's face was a bloody mess, his eyes wide with terror as he tried futilely to defend himself against the onslaught. Enough! Alex roared, his voice barely audible over the din. He locked eyes with Nina, a silent understanding passing between them. They had to regain control before things went too far. Nina's lithe form darted into the fray, her movements precise and calculated as she pulled enraged club members away from Jake. "Back off!" she commanded, her tone brooking no argument. Tommy's stocky frame pushed through the crowd, his usual calm demeanor replaced by grim determination. "Come on, brothers," he pleaded, his hands raised in a placating gesture. "This ain't the way." Alex's mind whirled as he tried to formulate a plan. The fury of his brothers was justified, but allowing them to beat Jake to death would solve nothing. He had to be smart about this, had to channel their anger into something productive. "Listen up," Alex bellowed, his authoritative tone cutting through the chaos. "I know you're all pissed. Hell, I am too. But this isn't how we handle things. We're iron shadows, not animals." The cacophony continued unabated, Alex's words lost in the maelstrom of violence. Desperation clawed at his chest as he watched his brothers tear into each other, the very fabric of their unity unraveling before his eyes. Nina caught his gaze, her dark eyes mirroring his own frustration. "It's not working, Alex," she shouted over the din, her voice strained. "We need to do something drastic." In that moment, Alex knew what he had to do. With a swift motion, he unholstered his gun, aimed it at the ceiling, and fired. Bang! The gunshot cracked through the air like a thunderbolt, its report echoing off the walls. In an instant, the chaos ceased, replaced by a deafening silence. Alex's arm remained outstretched, the gun still smoking in his grip. "Now that I have your attention," he growled, his piercing blue eyes scanning the room, "everyone take a goddamn step back." Slowly, reluctantly, the club members disengaged. Jake slumped to the floor, blood trickling from his split lip, his chest heaving with ragged breaths. The air was thick with tension, the only sounds the heavy breathing of the brawlers and the occasional scrape of a boot against the concrete floor. Tommy's voice broke the silence, tinged with a mix of awe and concern. "Jesus, Alex. Couldn't have cut it any closer, could ya?" Alex lowered his gun, his heart pounding in his ears. The adrenaline that had surged through him moments ago was now ebbing, leaving him feeling drained and hollow. He surveyed the room, taking in the disheveled appearance of his fellow club members. Nina leaned against the wall, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she caught her breath. Her usually immaculate hair was a tangled mess, and a thin sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead. That was... She paused, searching for words. Intense. "You can say that again," Tommy muttered, slumping into a nearby chair. His coveralls were even more stained than usual, and he absently fiddled with the wrench in his hands, a nervous habit Alex had noticed over the years. Alex ran a hand through his damp hair, feeling the weight of leadership bearing down on him. "We can't fall apart like this," he said, his voice low but carrying across the silent room. "We're family, damn it. Family doesn't turn on each other." Eva, her blonde hair askew, stepped forward. "Family also doesn't betray each other," she countered, her green eyes flashing with a mix of anger and hurt. "How do we move forward from this?" The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswered. Alex felt the eyes of every club member on him, waiting for guidance, for reassurance. But for once, he wasn't sure what to say. Jake, wiping blood from all over his face, broke the silence. "We should start by remembering who we are," he pleaded, his weathered voice cutting through the tension. "The traitor is right," he said, straightening his shoulders. "His betrayal hurts, but this reaction doesn't define us. We're a family, and we'll get through this with honor and pride." As he spoke, Alex could see the determination rekindling in the eyes of his fellow club members. The anger was still there, the hurt and betrayal raw and fresh, but underneath it all was a fierce loyalty to the iron shadows that couldn't be shaken. Nina stepped up beside Alex, her presence a steadying force. "We need to regroup," she said, her voice firm but tinged with exhaustion. "Figure out exactly what information was compromised and how to mitigate the damage." Alex nodded, then looked around the room, taking in the battered faces of his family, the iron shadows. "Tommy," he called out. I need you to do a full sweep of our systems. Make sure there aren't any surprises left behind. Tommy nodded grimly, his usually cheerful demeanor subdued. I'm on it, boss. I'll tear everything apart if I have to. Alex turned to the rest of the group. The rest of you, stay alert. We don't know if there are more traitors among us or what kind of retaliation we might face. The uncertainty of their situation gnawed at Alex's insides. He'd always prided himself on being prepared for anything, but this betrayal had blindsided him. As he looked at the faces of his fellow shadows, he could see the same mix of emotions reflected back at him: anger, fear, determination. We're in uncharted territory, Alex admitted, his voice low. But we'll navigate it together. That's what family does. As the meeting dispersed, the air thick with tension and unspoken questions. Jake left for good, and Alex couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a long war ahead. Chapter 11. Alex Voss paused at the threshold of the meeting room, his leather-clad shoulders filling the doorway. The air inside was thick with tension. Maps and photographs plastered the walls, a sprawling web of connections stretching across the city they called home. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the task ahead. As he strode into the room, the low murmur of conversation died away. Every eye turned to him, a mix of expectation and apprehension on the faces of his most trusted allies. Nina stood ramrod straight near the head of the table, her dark eyes burning with intensity. Tommy slouched in a chair, his grease-stained hands fidgeting with a bent paperclip. Alex's gaze swept over them all, a swell of pride and determination rising in his chest. These were his people, his family, and they were about to take on the fight of their lives. All right, let's get down to business, he said, his voice cutting through the silence. We've made some progress, but we've got a long way to go if we're going to take down the steel serpents and the corrupt officials backing them. He moved to the center of the room, spreading his hands on the table littered with documents. The wood was cool beneath his palms, grounding him as his mind raced with possibilities and potential pitfalls. Nina, he said, turning to his vice president, I need you to— Let me guess, she interrupted, a wry smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You want me to be your eyes and ears on the street? Alex couldn't help but chuckle. Am I that predictable? Only to those who know you best, Nina replied, her tone softening slightly. He nodded, grateful for her intuition and unwavering support. You're right. Your contacts in the underground are our best shot at getting inside information on the Serpent's operations. Can you handle it? Nina's eyes flashed with determination. You know I can. I'll start making calls as soon as we're done here. Alex turned his attention to Tommy, who had straightened in his chair, alert and ready for action. Tommy, I've got a special job for you. Those intercepted communications we picked up last week, I need you to dive deep into them. Look for patterns, hidden messages, anything that might give us a lead on their next move. Tommy's face lit up with excitement. You got it, boss. I've been itching to get my hands on that data. Give me a couple of days, and I'll have something for you. As Alex continued to outline the plan, assigning tasks to each member of the team, he felt a familiar mix of anticipation and dread coiling in his gut. They were venturing into dangerous territory, challenging powerful enemies who wouldn't hesitate to strike back. The meeting concluded, and the room buzzed with renewed energy as everyone prepared to tackle their assignments. Alex hung back, watching as his team filed out, each person carrying a piece of the puzzle they were determined to solve. Nina paused at the door, looking back at him with a mixture of concern and affection. You okay, Alex? You seem tense. He managed a small smile, appreciating her perceptiveness. Just got a lot on my mind. We're playing a dangerous game here, Nina. I can't help but worry about what might happen if we fail. She stepped closer, her voice low and fierce. We won't fail. We've got the best people, the strongest motivation, and you leading us. That's a combination I'd bet on any day. Her words warmed him, chasing away some of the doubt that had been gnawing at his insides. Thanks, Nina. I don't know what I'd do without you. As she left, Alex turned back to the room, his eyes roaming over the evidence of their investigation. Somewhere in this mess of information was the key to bringing down their enemies and avenging his father's death. And he wouldn't rest until they found it. Nina strode purposefully down the dark corridor, her mind already formulating plans for infiltrating the rival gang's operations. But she welcomed it. This was what she lived for. The thrill of the hunt, the challenge of outsmarting their enemies. As she reached the garage, she paused, her eyes falling on Tommy hunched over a workbench, surrounded by an array of electronic equipment. She approached, her voice cutting through the silence. "Hey, Wrench, you ready to work some magic on those intercepted comms?" Tommy looked up, his beard barely concealing a grin. "You know it, Nails. These steel serpents won't know what hit 'em once I'm done decrypting their chatter." Nina leaned against the workbench, her dark eyes scanning the equipment. "What exactly are we dealing with here? Anything particularly challenging?" Tommy's eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, you bet. They're using some pretty sophisticated encryption. But," he paused, holding up a circuit board, "I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Built this baby myself. Should help me crack their codes in no time." Nina nodded approvingly, a rare smile tugging at her lips. She admired Tommy's enthusiasm, even if she didn't always understand the technical jargon. "Listen, Tommy," she said, her tone turning serious. "While I'm out there gathering intel, I need you to keep an eye on things here, especially Alex. He's taking this whole thing pretty hard." Tommy's expression softened. "Don't worry, Nina. I've got his back. You just focus on staying safe out there, all right? We can't afford to lose you." Nina straightened up, her guard momentarily dropping. "Thanks, Tommy. I appreciate that. And hey, if you pick up anything urgent from those comms, you let me know immediately. Could mean the difference between life and death out there." As she turned to leave, Nina felt a familiar surge of adrenaline. The dangers ahead were real, but so was her determination. She'd navigate the treacherous waters of the criminal underworld, gathering the information they needed, no matter the risks. Eva Johnston leaned back in her chair, the faint glow of her computer screen illuminating her furrowed brow. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, sifting through confidential police reports and financial records. The musty scent of old case files mingled with the aroma of her third cup of coffee, long gone cold. "Damn it," she muttered, rubbing her tired eyes. "These bastards are good at covering their tracks." A notification pinged, drawing her attention to a newly decrypted email. As she read, her green eyes widened, a spark of triumph igniting within them. "Gotcha," Eva whispered, a rare smile tugging at her lips. She reached for her phone, dialing Alex's number. "Alex, it's Eva. I've found something. Meet me at the usual spot in 30. Grabbing her jacket, Eva headed for the door. As she stepped into the cool night air, a prickle of unease crawled up her spine. She glanced over her shoulder, scanning the shadows. Nothing seemed out of place, but years on the force had honed her instincts. Just paranoia, she told herself, but her hand instinctively moved closer to her concealed weapon. As Eva drove to the meeting point, her mind raced. The evidence she'd uncovered was damning, a trail of bribes leading straight to Judge Holbrook, one of Silver Creek's most respected officials. But how deep did the corruption go? Pulling into the deserted parking lot, Eva spotted Alex's bike. She parked beside it, her senses on high alert. "What have you got?" Alex asked as she approached, his voice low and tense. Eva handed him a flash drive. "Enough to bring down Judge Holbrook and possibly the DA. But Alex, this is bigger than we thought. The steel serpents have their fangs in deep." Alex's jaw clenched. How deep? "Deep enough that we can't trust anyone outside our inner circle," Eva replied, her eyes scanning their surroundings. "We're dealing with—" A sudden movement caught her attention. Eva's hand flew to her gun, but before she could draw, a sharp pain exploded in her shoulder. She stumbled, her vision blurring. "Eva!" Alex's voice seemed distant as darkness crept in at the edges of her consciousness. Her last coherent thought was a mixture of frustration and determination. They'd been so close, but the enemy had struck first. As she slipped into unconsciousness, Eva vowed this setback wouldn't stop her. She'd uncover the truth, no matter the cost. Alex caught Eva as she collapsed, his heart racing. He scanned the area, muscles tense, ready for another attack. But the parking lot remained eerily silent. "Ava, stay with me," he muttered, checking her wound. The bullet had grazed her shoulder. Painful, but not life-threatening. Relief flooded through him, quickly replaced by a surge of anger. As he tended to Eva's injury, Alex's mind whirled. They'd been careless, underestimating their enemies. He couldn't let that happen again. Once Eva was stable, Alex pulled out his phone. "Tommy, we've been compromised. Get everyone to the safe house. Now." He ended the call, his eyes scanning the darkness. "We're not backing down," he whispered, more to himself than to the unconscious Eva. "We're just getting started." Hours later, in the safe house, Alex paced the room. The others watched him, tension thick in the air. "They're trying to scare us off," Alex said, his voice low but firm. "But we're not going to let them win. We've come too far." Nina leaned forward, her dark eyes blazing. "What's the plan, Alex?" He paused, considering. "We double down. Eva's lead on Judge Holbrook is our best shot. We need to—" "I'm going undercover," Eva interrupted, her voice hoarse but determined. She sat up straighter, wincing slightly. Alex frowned. "Eva, you're injured. It's too dangerous." She met his gaze, unwavering. "It's our only option. I have an inn, a charity gala next week. Holbrook will be there, along with half the corrupt officials in Silver Creek." Alex's jaw clenched. He admired Eva's determination, but the thought of sending her into the lion's den made his stomach churn. Yet, he knew she was right. "Okay," he said finally, "but you're not going in alone. We'll have your back every step of the way." As the group discussed the details, Alex couldn't shake a feeling of unease. They were playing a dangerous game, and the stakes had never been higher. But as he looked around at his trusted allies, he felt a glimmer of hope. Together they just might have a chance. Nina slipped through the shadowy alleyway, her heart pounding in her chest. The neon signs of the Steel Serpent's favorite bar flickered ahead, casting an eerie glow on the rain-slicked pavement. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. "You got this, Chica," she muttered, adjusting her leather jacket. The weight of her knife pressed reassuringly against her ribs. Inside, the bar was a haze of cigarette smoke and pulsing music. Nina's eyes darted around, cataloging faces and potential threats. She spotted her target at the far end of the bar, Razor, a low-level serpent with a big mouth and a weakness for pretty girls. Nina sauntered over, plastering on a flirtatious smile. "Hey there, handsome. Buy a girl a drink?" Razor's eyes raked over her appreciatively. Well, well, what's a fine thing like you doing in a place like this?" As Nina worked her charm, her mind raced. She needed information on the Serpent's operations and any potential link to Alex's father's death. It was a delicate dance. One wrong move could blow her cover and put the entire Iron Shadows at risk. Meanwhile, across town, Tommy hunched over his workbench, bleary-eyed from hours of staring at intercepted communications. His fingers deep in the keyboard, decoding encrypted messages. "Come on, you bastards," he muttered. "Give me something." Suddenly a pattern emerged. Tommy's eyes widened as he pieced together the fragments of the Steel Serpent's plans. "Holy shit," he breathed. "Alex needs to see this. Now." The night air crackled with tension as Nina slipped out of the bar. She'd gleaned crucial information, but her hasty exit had aroused suspicion. As she rounded the corner, the roar of motorcycles filled the air. "Shit!" Nina hissed, ducking into a narrow alley. The serpents were in pursuit. Across town, Eva crouched behind a dumpster, her breath fogging in the cold air. She'd tracked a high-ranking city official to this seedy warehouse district, her instincts screaming that this was the break they needed. The official emerged from a nondescript building, nervously glancing around before hurrying to his car. Eva's keen eyes caught the flash of a package changing hands with a tattooed man she recognized as a Steel Serpent lieutenant. "Gotcha," Eva whispered, a fierce grin spreading across her face. She raised her camera, the shutter clicking rapidly. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on her shoulder. Eva's training kicked in instantly. She spun, her elbow connecting with her assailant's solar plexus. The man wheezed, doubling over. "Police, freeze!" another voice shouted. Eva's mind raced. She couldn't be caught here, not when they were so close. With split-second decision-making, she vaulted over the dumpster, sprinting down the alley. This better be worth it, she thought, clutching the camera tightly as she ran, the sound of pursuit echoing behind her. Meanwhile, Alex paced the meeting room, his boots scuffing against the worn floorboards. The air hung heavy with tension and the acrid scent of stale cigarettes. He glanced at the clock for the umpteenth time, his jaw clenching. They should have been back by now, he muttered, more to himself than to Tommy, who was hunched over a laptop in the corner. As if on cue, the door burst open. Nina stumbled in, her leather jacket torn and a fresh bruise blooming on her cheekbone. Eva followed close behind, her usually immaculate suit disheveled and streaked with grime. Alex's heart lurched at the sight of them. "Jesus, what happened?" he asked, moving swiftly to Nina's side. Nina waved him off, her eyes blazing with a mix of excitement and fury. "We got what we needed, but barely made it out. The serpents are onto us, Alex. They're everywhere." Eva nodded grimly, pulling out her camera. "But we've got them. High-ranking official, clear as day, handing off product to a known serpent. This goes deeper than we thought." Tommy whistled low, abandoning his computer to join the group. "Let's see it then." As Eva pulled up the photos, Alex felt a chill run down his spine. He recognized the official, a man he'd shaken hands with at charity events, who'd promised to clean up the streets. The betrayal stung, but it was the implications that truly shook him. "If he's involved," Alex said slowly, his mind racing, "then how far up does this go? How many others are on their payroll?" Nina's voice was hard as steel. "Doesn't matter, we take them all down." Alex nodded, his resolve strengthening. "All right, we need a plan. Tommy, what have you got from those communications?" Tommy's eyes lit up with the gleam of a puzzle solver. "I've cracked their code. They're planning a major shipment next week. If we can intercept it, we'll have all the evidence we need to blow this wide open." Alex's mind whirled with possibilities and risks. The stakes had never been higher, but neither had the potential payoff. He looked at each of his companions, Nina's fierce determination, Eva's unwavering focus, Tommy's quiet confidence. "Okay," he said, his voice low and intense. "Here's what we're going to do." Alex's heart raced as he outlined the plan, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. "We'll hit them at the docks. Tommy, you'll disable their communications. Nina, you'll lead the assault team. Eva, you're our eyes and ears. Make sure we stay one step ahead of any police response." The tension in the room was palpable, a thick fog of anticipation and fear. Alex could see it in the set of Nina's jaw, the slight tremble in Tommy's hands as he nodded. "And you, Alex?" Eva asked, her eyes searching his face. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of leadership heavy on his shoulders. "I'll confront their leader. It's time to end this, once and for all." The silence that followed was deafening. Alex's mind bringing in images of his father, of all they'd lost, of all that hung in the balance. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. "This is it. Everything we've worked for, everything we've sacrificed, it all comes down to this moment. We're not just fighting for the Iron Shadows anymore. We're fighting for justice, for truth." Nina reached out, her hand gripping his arm. "We're with you, Alex, to the end." Tommy nodded solemnly. "Whatever it takes." Eva's voice was soft but determined. "We'll see this through." As Alex looked at his companions, a mix of emotions washed over him. Pride, fear, determination, and a fierce love for these people who had become his family. Tomorrow they would risk everything. But tonight, in this moment, they were united, ready to face whatever came their way. Chapter 12. The crunch of gravel under their boots punctuated the stillness of the night. Alex's leather jacket creaked as he walked beside Eva, her lithe figure cutting a determined path through the shadows. The flickering streetlights cast an amber glow on her angular features, softening the usually stern set of her jaw. "You know," Alex mused, his deep voice rumbling in the quiet. I never pegged you for a night owl, Detective Johnston. Eva's lips quirked into a wry smile. There's a lot you don't know about me, Voss. I'm full of surprises. As they approached her apartment building, Alex found himself oddly nervous. He'd faced down rival gangs and stared death in the eye, but something about this woman made his heart race in a way he hadn't felt in years. Eva fumbled with her keys, the metal jangling in the silence. Home, sweet home, she muttered, pushing open the door. They stepped inside, and Alex felt a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The tension that had been coiled in Eva's shoulders seemed to melt away as she moved through the darkened living room, flicking on a soft lamp. The warm light revealed a space that was both orderly and lived in. Case files were stacked neatly on a coffee table, but a throw blanket was haphazardly draped over the back of a well-worn leather couch. It was a perfect reflection of Eva herself. Professional, yet with hidden depths of comfort and vulnerability. Alex found himself drawn to a wall of framed photographs. Your family? He asked, studying the faces of men and women in uniform. Eva nodded, her green eyes clouding with a mix of pride and something darker. 3 generations of law enforcement. It's in my blood. Must be a lot to live up to, Alex observed, thinking of his own father's legacy within the iron shadows. You have no idea, Eva sighed, sinking onto the couch. She patted the space beside her, inviting Alex to join her. As he sat down, Alex felt a wave of contentment wash over him. It was strange. He'd always associated comfort with the rumble of a motorcycle or the raucous laughter of his club brothers. But here, in this quiet apartment with a woman who should have been his natural enemy, he felt more at ease than he had in years. So, Eva said, her voice softer than he'd ever heard it. What now, Mr. President? Alex chuckled, the sound low and warm. Now we see where this road takes us, Detective. One day at a time. As their eyes met, Alex realized that for all his strategic planning and careful maneuvering, he had no roadmap for this. Whatever was growing between them was uncharted territory, thrilling and terrifying in equal measure. But as Eva's hand found his, fingers intertwining, he knew it was a journey he was eager to embark upon. Eva's lips quirked into a mischievous smile as she stood up, tugging gently on Alex's hand. Well, Mr. President, how about we start this journey with dinner? I'm thinking pasta. Care to join me in the kitchen? Alex couldn't help but grin, her playful tone infectious. Lead the way, Detective. Though I should warn you, my culinary skills are more roadhouse chili than gourmet Italian. As they entered the kitchen, Eva's eyes sparkled with amusement. Don't worry, I'll keep you on task. Now, let's see what we've got to work with. They began rummaging through Eva's cabinets and fridge, pulling out ingredients. Alex marveled at how natural it felt, this domestic scene so far removed from his usual world of leather and chrome. All right, tough guy, Eva teased, handing him a cutting board and a handful of garlic cloves. Think you can handle mincing these without losing a finger? Alex raised an eyebrow, accepting the challenge. I've faced down rival gangs and corrupt cops. I think I can manage a few cloves of garlic. As they worked side by side, the kitchen filled with the rhythmic sound of chopping and the aromatic scent of herbs. Alex found himself stealing glances at Eva, admiring the way she moved with such precision and grace, even in this mundane task. You know, he said, his voice tinged with amusement. If the boys could see me now playing sous chef to a cop, they'd never let me live it down. Eva laughed, the sound light and carefree. And what would my colleagues say if they knew I was cooking dinner with the president of the Iron Shadows? I think we're both in danger of ruining our reputations tonight. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the air between them crackled with unspoken tension. Then Alex grinned, breaking the spell. Well, Detective, I'd say it's worth the risk. As they continued preparing the meal, their banter flowed easily, punctuated by laughter and playful jibes. Alex found himself marveling at how effortlessly they fell into this rhythm, so different from their usual charged encounters. You know, Eva mused, stirring the sauce, I never thought of you as a man who'd be comfortable in the kitchen. You're full of surprises too, Alex. Alex chuckled, leaning against the counter. I'm not just leather and motorcycles, you know. Oh? Eva raised an eyebrow, her tone challenging. Care to enlighten me? As Alex opened his mouth to respond, he realized that for the first time in a long while, he actually wanted to share more of himself. This woman, with her sharp wit and disarming smile, had somehow managed to slip past his carefully constructed defenses. Eva's knife moved rhythmically against the cutting board, the steady chop 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 filling the kitchen. She paused, her green eyes unfocusing as she stared at the half-cut bell pepper beneath her fingers. You know, she began, her voice softer than Alex had ever heard it. Growing up in a family of cops wasn't exactly a walk in the park. She resumed chopping, each slice punctuating her words. There was always this expectation, this weight on my shoulders to follow in their footsteps. Alex leaned against the counter, his blue eyes fixed on Eva's profile. He'd never seen her this vulnerable before, and it stirred something in him. Did you ever consider doing something else? He asked gently. Eva let out a humorless laugh. God, yes. There were nights I'd lie awake, dreaming about running away, becoming a chef or a writer, anything but a cop. She swept the chopped peppers into a bowl, her movements almost angry. But in the end, it was in my blood. I couldn't escape it. Alex nodded, understanding all too well the pull of family legacy. I get that, he said softly. After my old man died, I felt like I had no choice but to step up, to honor his memory by dedicating myself to the club. Eva's eyes met his, a spark of recognition passing between them. How old were you? She asked. 19, Alex replied, the familiar ache of loss tightening his chest. Too young to lose a father, but old enough to shoulder the responsibility he left behind. As he spoke, Alex could see the wheels turning in Eva's mind, her detective's instincts kicking in despite the intimate setting. He found himself wanting to tell her more, to let her see beyond the tough exterior he usually presented to the world. It wasn't easy, he continued, his voice low. The club was everything to him, and suddenly it was up to me to keep it all together. There were nights I thought I'd crumble under the weight of it all. Eva's hand stilled on the knife, her eyes softening as she looked at him. But you didn't, she said, and it wasn't a question. Alex shook his head, a small smile tugging at his lips. No, I didn't. The club became my family, my purpose. It's not always pretty, but it's mine. As their eyes locked, Alex felt a strange mix of vulnerability and strength. For the first time, he saw understanding in Eva's gaze instead of judgment, and he realized that perhaps they weren't so different after all. The rich aroma of simmering tomato sauce and herbs enveloped them, mingling with the earthy scent of sautéed vegetables. Alex inhaled deeply, letting the comforting smell ground him in the present moment. What about you? He asked, his voice gentle. Where do you see yourself in 5 years, Eva? Eva's brow furrowed as she considered the question. Honestly, I've never really thought beyond the next case, the next perp to catch. She paused, absently stirring the sauce. But lately, I've been wondering if there's more to life than just this job. Alex nodded, understanding all too well the all-consuming nature of dedication to a cause. It's a fine line, isn't it, between passion and obsession? Yeah, Eva agreed, her green eyes meeting his. I guess I'm starting to realize that maybe I've been on the wrong side of that line for too long. As they finished preparing the meal, their conversation flowed easily, touching on dreams of travel, hopes for Silver Creek's future, and the shared fear of letting down those who depend on them. Table's set, Alex announced, placing the last fork in position. As he turned, Eva reached for the same spot, their hands brushing against each other. The contact sent an unexpected jolt through Alex's body, leaving his skin tingling and his heart racing. Eva's eyes widened, and Alex knew she'd felt it too. For a moment, they stood frozen, the air between them charged with unspoken possibility. Alex cleared his throat, breaking the spell. Shall we? He asked, gesturing towards the table. They settled into their seats, the warm aroma of fresh food and herbs wafting up from their plates. Alex took a bite, savoring the explosion of flavors on his tongue. "This is incredible, Eva," he said, his eyes locking with hers across the table. Eva smiled, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "Thanks. It's my grandmother's recipe." As they ate, Alex found himself captivated by Eva's expressive features, the way her eyes lit up when she laughed, the slight crinkle at the corners when she smiled. He listened intently as she shared stories from her childhood, painting a vivid picture of a young girl determined to follow in her father's footsteps. "I remember the first time I put on his badge," Eva said, her voice soft with nostalgia. "It was way too big, of course, but I felt invincible." Alex chuckled, understanding the weight of legacy all too well. "I bet you were a force to be reckoned with even then." Eva's gaze turned thoughtful. "What about you, Alex? What made you embrace the biker life?" Alex paused, considering his words carefully. "It wasn't so much a choice as it was a calling," he admitted. "After my dad died, the club became my family. They gave me purpose, a sense of belonging." As the conversation deepened, Alex found himself opening up in ways he rarely did. There was something about Eva that made him feel safe, understood. Their voices grew softer, the world outside fading away as they leaned closer, drawn together by an invisible force. "I've never felt this kind of connection before," Alex confessed, his heart pounding. "With anyone." Eva reached across the table, her fingers intertwining with his. "Me neither," she whispered, her eyes shining with emotion. "It scares me a little, to be honest." Alex squeezed her hand gently. "Yeah," he agreed, his voice husky. "But it feels right, doesn't it?" As they gazed at each other, Alex knew that whatever lay ahead, this moment, this connection, would change everything. The clinking of plates and silverware filled the kitchen as Alex and Eva worked in tandem to clear the table. Their movements were fluid, almost choreographed, as if they'd been doing this together for years. Alex marveled at how effortlessly they fell into sync, stealing glances at Eva as they moved around each other. "You know," Eva said, handing him a plate to dry, "I never thought I'd enjoy doing dishes this much." Alex grinned, accepting the plate. "It's all about the company, I guess." As he reached to place the plate in the cupboard, his arm brushed against Eva's shoulder, sending a jolt of electricity through him. He paused, hyper-aware of her proximity. Eva turned to face him, her green eyes searching his. "Alex," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. The air around them seemed to crackle with tension. Alex's heart raced as he set down the dish towel, his gaze never leaving Eva's. Without a word, he reached out and took her hand in his, marveling at how perfectly it fit. "Eva," he breathed, his thumb tracing circles on her palm. Words failed him as desire coursed through his veins. Instead of speaking, he gently tugged her hand, leading her away from the kitchen and towards the bedroom. Eva followed willingly, her fingers tightening around his. As they reached the bedroom door, Alex paused, turning to face Eva. "I can't stop thinking of you," he said, his voice husky with longing. Eva's response was to pull him closer, her free hand cupping his cheek. The dim light of the bedroom cast a soft glow on Eva's skin as Alex pulled her close. Their lips met in a searing kiss, passion igniting between them like wildfire. Alex's hands roamed Eva's body, tracing the curves he'd longed to explore. "You're beautiful," he murmured against her neck, inhaling her intoxicating scent. Eva's fingers tangled in his hair, her breath catching as he nipped at her collarbone. "Alex," she gasped, "I've wanted this for so long." Their bodies entwined, falling onto the bed in a tangle of limbs. Alex marveled at the softness of Eva's skin, the way she arched into his touch. Time seemed to slow, the world outside fading away until only they existed. As clothing fell away, Alex paused, drinking in the sight of Eva beneath him. Her eyes, dark with desire, met his, and he felt a connection deeper than anything he'd experienced before. "You're sure?" he asked again, needing to hear it. Eva's response was to pull him down for another passionate kiss. I'm sure, she breathed against his lips. I want you, Alex. All of you. Their bodies moved together in perfect harmony, each touch, each caress strengthening their connection. Alex lost himself in the sensation, in the taste of Eva's skin, in the soft sounds of pleasure she made. As they explored the depths of their desires, Alex felt something shift within him. This was more than just physical attraction. It was a soul-deep bond that both thrilled and terrified him. In the aftermath of their passionate encounter, Alex and Eva lay entwined, their breathing gradually slowing to a peaceful rhythm. The dim light of the bedroom cast a soft glow on their skin, highlighting the sheen of perspiration that still clung to their bodies. Alex's fingers traced lazy patterns along Eva's arm, marveling at the contrast between her soft skin and the intricate tattoos that adorned it. He felt a sense of contentment wash over him, a feeling so foreign yet so welcome that it almost overwhelmed him. I never expected this, he murmured, his voice low and husky. Eva shifted slightly, nestling closer to him. What do you mean? Alex hesitated, struggling to find the right words. This feeling. It's different from anything I've felt before. Eva's dark eyes met his, a mixture of vulnerability and strength in her gaze. I know what you mean. It's like coming home, Alex finished for her, surprised by his own admission. A soft smile played on Eva's lips. Yeah, exactly like that. As they lay there, basking in the afterglow, Alex's thoughts drifted to the iron shadows, to the life he'd built for himself. He'd always thought the club was all he needed, but now... What are you thinking about? Eva's voice broke through his reverie. Alex tightened his arm around her. Just how unexpected life can be. How one moment can change everything. Eva's hand came to rest over his heart. Are you having regrets? No, Alex replied without hesitation. No regrets, just realizations. As they lay there, hearts intertwined, Alex knew that this connection with Eva was worth fighting for. Chapter 13. The harsh glare of the television screen cast an eerie blue glow across the clubhouse. Alex leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the news anchor's grim expression as she delivered the report that would change everything. Breaking news. Shocking evidence has emerged linking high-ranking city officials to a notorious biker gang involved in drug trafficking and money laundering. Documents obtained by our investigative team reveal a complex web of corruption. Alex's jaw clenched as he absorbed the implications. The Iron Shadows had always prided themselves on staying clean, but now their entire world was about to be turned upside down. He could feel the tension radiating from his brothers gathered around him, their collective breath held as the damning details unfolded. Nina's voice cut through the silence, sharp as a knife. This is bullshit. We've never been involved in any of that crap. Alex nodded, his mind racing. You're right, Nails, but that doesn't mean we won't get caught in the crossfire. Tommy, usually so easygoing, slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. We've worked too hard to build something good here. We can't let them drag our name through the mud like this. The taste of anger rose in Alex's throat as he surveyed the faces of his family. Because that's what they were, bound by something deeper than blood. He saw fear, outrage, and beneath it all, a fierce determination that mirrored his own. Listen up, Alex said, his voice low but carrying the weight of authority that had earned him the president's patch. We're not going down without a fight. This club, what we've built together, it means everything. And I'll be damned if I let some corrupt politicians and their lapdog media take that away from us. Nina's dark eyes flashed with approval. What's the play, boss? Alex ran a hand through his short-cropped hair, ideas already forming. We gather intel, find out who's really pulling the strings, and then we expose the truth. Tommy nodded, his usual jovial expression replaced by grim resolve. I've got some contacts in the mechanics union. Might be able to dig up some dirt on those city contracts that have been raising eyebrows. Good, Alex said, feeling a surge of pride in his team's quick thinking. Nina, I need you to reach out to your sources in law enforcement. See if there's any chatter about upcoming raids or investigations. As his brothers and sisters voiced their agreement and began to mobilize, Alex felt a familiar fire igniting in his chest. It was the same determination that had driven him to build the Iron Shadows into more than just a club, into a family, a force for good in their community. He glanced at the framed photo of his father on the wall, the man whose legacy he'd sworn to uphold. I won't let you down, Dad, he thought. We'll keep our name out of this and make you proud. The clubhouse buzzed with nervous energy as members huddled in small groups, discussing strategies and sharing worried glances. Alex knew the road ahead would be treacherous, but looking around at the loyalty and strength surrounding him, he felt a glimmer of hope. Whatever comes our way, he said, his voice carrying across the room. We face it together. Iron shadows don't break. We bend, we adapt, and we come out stronger on the other side. A chorus of affirmations echoed through the clubhouse, and Alex allowed himself a small smile. The roar of engines shattered the peaceful twilight as Alex led the Iron Shadows down the winding road toward Steel Serpent territory. The vibration of his Harley thrummed through his body, matching the rapid beating of his heart. As they approached the disputed border, he caught sight of a line of bikes blocking their path, the Steel Serpent's emblem glinting menacingly in the fading light. Alex raised his fist, signaling his brothers to slow down. They came to a stop, engines idling, tension thick in the air. Across the divide, Razor, the Serpent's president, dismounted his bike and strode forward, a sneer twisting his features. Well, well, Razor called out, his voice dripping with disdain. If it isn't the righteous Alex Voss and his merry band of Boy Scouts, come to surrender your territory? Alex swung off his bike, removing his helmet as he approached Razor. He kept his voice level, despite the anger simmering beneath the surface. You know that's not happening, Razor. We're here to talk about the lies you've been spreading. Razor's eyes narrowed. Lies. The only lies around here are the ones you tell yourself, Voss. You and your club are finished. The air crackled with hostility as both sides tensed, ready for a fight. Alex's mind raced, weighing the consequences of escalation against the need to stand their ground. He thought of Eva, of the evidence they were piecing together, of the bigger picture. We both know there's more at play here than just territory, Alex said, taking a calculated risk. The corrupt officials, the frame job, you're being used, Razor. And when they're done with you, they'll toss you aside like yesterday's trash. Razor's face contorted with rage. You don't know shit, Voss. He lunged forward, fist cocked back. Alex sidestepped the blow, his own hands coming up defensively. Think, Razor, who benefits from us tearing each other apart? As fists began to fly and the night erupted into chaos, Alex's thoughts turned to the team back at the clubhouse. Hold the line, he silently urged them. We need that evidence now more than ever. Alex's fist connected with Razor's jaw, sending the man stumbling backward. The interrogation room echoed with the sound of heavy breathing and the scrape of chairs against concrete. Alex rolled his shoulders, steel blue eyes locked on Razor's defiant glare. Last chance, Alex growled, his voice low and dangerous. Tell us what you know about Judge Holbrook's connection to the Steel Serpents. Razor spat blood onto the floor. Go to hell, Voss! Nina stepped forward, her voice deceptively calm. We've got evidence linking your club to bribes paid to the judge. You really want to go down for this alone? Alex watched Razor's face, noting the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He pressed the advantage. The corrupt officials you're protecting? They'll hang you out to dry the second it's convenient. But if you work with us, work with you? Razor sneered, but Alex detected a tremor in his voice. You've lost your mind. Tommy leaned in, his massive frame casting a shadow over Razor. Maybe. But we're the only ones offering you a way out of this mess. Alex's mind raced, considering their next move. The room felt claustrophobic, thick with tension and the metallic scent of blood. He thought of the evidence they'd gathered, the late nights poring over documents, the risks they'd taken. It all hinged on breaking Razor. Think about it, Alex said, forcing his voice to soften. Your loyalty's admirable but misplaced. We're not the enemy here. Razor's eyes darted between them, the first real cracks showing in his bravado. Alex held his breath, hoping they'd finally found a way through. Alex slumped into the worn leather chair in his office, the weight of the day pressing down on his broad shoulders. The interrogation with Razor had yielded some information, but not enough. He ran a hand through his short-cropped dark hair, exhaling heavily. "What am I doing?" he murmured, his piercing blue eyes fixed on the Iron Shadow's insignia on the opposite wall. The question hung in the air, heavy with doubt. Alex's mind drifted to his father, the man who had built this club from the ground up. Would he be proud of what his son had become? Or would he see a leader drowning in a conspiracy far beyond his control? "Dad," Alex whispered, his voice barely audible. "I don't know if I'm cut out for this." He stood, pacing the small room, his boots scuffing against the hardwood floor. The weight of leadership, the constant vigilance, the sacrifices he'd made, they all crashed down on him at once. "Maybe I'm in over my head," he admitted to the empty room. "What if I'm leading the club to ruin?" A soft knock at the door interrupted his spiral of self-doubt. "Alex?" Ava's voice called from the other side. He cleared his throat, composing himself. "Come in." Eva entered, her green eyes sharp with urgency. "I've got something," she said without preamble. Alex straightened, pushing his vulnerabilities aside. "What is it?" "I've been digging into Judge Holloway's financials," Eva explained, spreading papers across his desk. "Look at these transactions. They're all routed through shell companies, but I've traced them back to a holding owned by the Steel Serpents." Alex leaned in, studying the documents. "This is huge, Eva, but it's still circumstantial." She nodded, her short blonde hair catching the light. "I know, but it's a start. If we can connect these payments to specific rulings, we could blow this whole thing wide open," Alex finished, a spark of hope igniting in his chest. Eva's eyes met his, a hint of admiration in her gaze. "Exactly. But Alex, we need to move fast. If they get wind of what we know, they'll bury the evidence," he agreed, his mind already calculating the outcome. "We need to be smart about this, careful." "I'm all in," Eva said, her voice filled with determination. "Whatever it takes to bring these bastards down." Alex nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eva, for everything." As they bent over the documents, strategizing their next move, Alex felt the weight on his shoulders lighten slightly. He might be in over his head, but he wasn't alone. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough to see them through. The roar of engines shattered the night's silence, a cacophony of metal and fury echoing through Silver Creek's deserted streets. Alex gunned his Harley, the familiar rumble beneath him a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around him. The Iron Shadows thundered down Main Street, a legion of leather and chrome, with the Steel Serpents in hot pursuit. "Hold the line!" Alex bellowed, his voice barely audible over the din. He caught glimpses of his brothers flanking him, Tommy's scarred face set in grim determination, Ryan's eyes blazing with righteous anger. The first collision came with a sickening crunch of metal. A Steel Serpent rammed into Maya's bike, sending her skidding across the asphalt. Alex's heart leapt into his throat, but he saw her roll to her feet, fists already raised. "Watch your six!" Alex shouted to Samantha as a serpent swung a chain at her head. She ducked, the metal whistling past her ear. The smell of burning rubber and gasoline filled the air as bikes wove in and out, a deadly dance of steel and flesh. Alex's knuckles were white on the handlebars, every muscle taut as he navigated the chaos. A flash of movement caught his eye, Jake, cornered by two serpents. Without hesitation, Alex veered sharply, ramming his bike into one of the attackers. The impact jarred his bones, pain shooting up his arm, but Jake was free. As the battle raged on, doubt crept into Alex's mind. Was this the right path? How many more would get hurt, or worse, before this was over? "Alex!" Nina's voice cut through his thoughts. She was bleeding from a gash above her eye, but her gaze was steady. "We need to fall back," There's too many. He nodded, swallowing hard. Iron Shadows, regroup! He roared, signaling the retreat. As they peeled away, the sounds of pursuit fading, Alex's mind raced. The toll of this fight weighed heavily on him, each bruise and scrape on his brothers and sisters a testament to the price of their cause. Back at the clubhouse, the atmosphere was somber. Alex looked around at his battered family, seeing the fear and uncertainty in their eyes. I'm sorry, he said softly, his voice thick with emotion. I never wanted it to come to this. Tommy stepped forward, his hand firm on Alex's shoulder. We're all in this together, brother. To the end. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. Alex felt a lump form in his throat, overwhelmed by their loyalty. We've taken some hits, he acknowledged, but we're not beaten, not by a long shot. What we're fighting for, it's bigger than us. It's about justice, about doing what's right. He paused, meeting each person's gaze. I can't promise it'll be easy, but I can promise you this. We'll fight it together. As family. The tension in the room eased slightly, replaced by a steely resolve. They had been tested, pushed to their limits, but their commitment to each other and their cause remained unshaken. As the others began to tend to their wounds and regroup, Alex found a quiet corner. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The weight of leadership had never felt heavier, but neither had his determination to see this through. Alex's moment of reflection was abruptly shattered by Nina's urgent voice. Alex, you need to see this. Now. He rushed to her side, where she was hunched over a laptop, her face illuminated by the screen's glow. The others crowded around, tension palpable in the air. I've been digging through the files we retrieved from that steel serpent's hideout, Nina explained, her fingers flying across the keyboard. And I think I've found something big. Alex leaned in, his eyes scanning the document on the screen. As he read, his heart began to race. Holy shit, he breathed. The file detailed a complex web of corruption, linking high-ranking city officials directly to the steel serpents. But what truly made Alex's blood run cold was the name at the center of it all. Judge William Hargreaves. Hargreaves? Tommy exclaimed. Wasn't he presiding over our past cases? Alex nodded grimly. He's been in their pocket this whole time. No wonder we couldn't catch a break. The room erupted into a flurry of shocked exclamations and angry curses. Alex raised his hand, silencing them. This changes everything, he said, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. We finally have the leverage we need to expose this whole corrupt system. Eva stepped forward, her eyes blazing with determination. We need to move fast. Once they realize we have this information, they'll do anything to stop us. Alex nodded. Nina, can you make copies of everything? We need multiple backups. As Nina set to work, Alex turned to the others. Tommy, I need you to reach out to our contacts in the media. We're going to blow this wide open. The energy in the room had shifted from despair to fierce determination. They had been beaten down, but now they had hope, a chance to turn the tables. As they prepared to put their plan into action, a sudden explosion rocked the building. The lights flickered, and the acrid smell of smoke filled the air. Alex's heart plummeted. They're here, he said, locking eyes with Eva. We're out of time. The sound of approaching motorcycles filled the air, growing louder by the second. The Iron Shadows looked to Alex, awaiting his command. In that moment, with the weight of everything they'd discovered pressing down on him, Alex made a decision that would change everything. Nina, he said, his voice low and urgent. Take the files and go. Get them to the press no matter what. The rest of us... He paused, the gravity of the situation etched on his face. We'll buy you time. As Nina slipped out the back with their precious evidence, Alex turned to face the oncoming storm, knowing that the next few minutes would determine not just their fate, but the future of Silver Creek itself. Alex stood motionless for a moment, his mind racing as the cacophony of approaching motorcycles grew louder. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him like a physical force, and he found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Seeking a moment of solace, he turned to Eva, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. Without a word, they moved to a quiet corner of the room, away from the frantic preparations of the other club members. "Ava," Alex said softly, his voice barely audible above the chaos. "I need you to know—" She pressed a finger to his lips, her green eyes fierce and tender all at once. "I know, Alex. I've always known." In that instant, the world around them seemed to fade away. Alex cupped Eva's face in his firm hands, drinking in every detail: the tiny scar above her eyebrow, the flecks of gold in her irises, the determined set of her jaw. He leaned in, their foreheads touching, sharing the same breath. "Whatever happens out there," Eva whispered, her fingers tracing the lines of his face, "we face it together." Alex nodded, a lump forming in his throat. He pulled her close, their bodies fitting together like puzzle pieces. The scent of her shampoo, lavender and gunpowder, filled his senses, grounding him in this moment of intimacy amidst the impending storm. Their lips met, softly at first, then with increasing urgency. It was a kiss laden with unspoken promises, shared fears, and a fierce, burning hope. Alex's hand tangled in Ava's short blonde hair, while hers gripped the leather of his jacket, anchoring them both to this stolen moment of passion. As they parted, breathless, the sound of shattering glass jolted them back to reality. Alex's eyes hardened with resolve, but Ava could still see the vulnerability lingering there. "Let's finish this," he said, his voice husky with emotion. Ava nodded, squeezing his hand. "Together." They turned to face the oncoming battle, their fingers intertwined, drawing strength from each other as they prepared to confront whatever lay beyond that door. The Iron Shadows clubhouse buzzed with tension as Alex strode into the main room, Eva close behind. Leather creaked as members shifted in their seats, all eyes turning to their president. Alex surveyed the room, his gaze landing on each face. Nina, her dark eyes blazing with determination. Tommy, grease-stained hands clenched into fists. Maya, leaning against the far wall, her weathered face unreadable. "Brothers and sisters," Alex began, his voice low but carrying. "We've been hit hard, but we're not out of this fight." Nina stepped forward, her petite frame radiating intensity. "What's the play, boss? We can't let those steel serpent bastards think they've got us on the ropes." Alex nodded, feeling the weight of leadership settle on his shoulders. "We hit back, but smart. Tommy, what have you got on their supply routes?" Tommy scratched his beard, eyes narrowing in thought. "Been mapping them out. They've got a big shipment coming in tomorrow night. Vulnerable spot just outside city limits." "Good," Alex said, a plan forming in his mind. "We intercept that shipment, cut off their cash flow. It'll force them to make mistakes." Maya pushed off the wall, his gravelly voice cutting through the murmurs of agreement. "Remember, the serpent's most dangerous when it's cornered." Alex met his mentor's piercing gaze. "I know. That's why we need to be prepared for anything. Eva, what intel do we have on their backup plans?" Eva stepped forward, all business now. "My sources indicate they've got a safe house on the east side. If we hit their shipment, that's likely where they'll regroup." The room erupted in a flurry of suggestions and questions. Alex raised a hand, silencing them. "Here's how we play this." As Alex laid out the plan, he felt a surge of pride. Despite the odds, the Iron Shadows stood united, each member ready to risk everything for their family. Tommy's voice cut through Alex's thoughts. "What about the corrupt officials? We can't forget about them while we're dealing with the serpents." Alex nodded, a grim smile tugging at his lips. "Oh, we haven't forgotten. In fact, they're about to learn just how dangerous we can be when we're protecting our own." The room filled with cheers and the sound of fists pounding on tables. Alex's heart swelled with determination. The Iron Shadows were a force to be reckoned with. As the meeting broke up, Alex caught Eva's eye across the room. She gave him a subtle nod, a silent promise of support. He returned it, drawing strength from their connection. Chapter 14. The first bullet whizzed past Alex's ear, close enough that he felt the air displace. He ducked instinctively, adrenaline surging through his veins as chaos erupted around him. The abandoned logging camp, once peaceful in its decay, now pulsed with violence. "Nina, on your six!" Alex shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of gunfire and roaring engines. Nina spun, her movements fluid as water, and dropped the steel serpent who'd been creeping up behind her. Her eyes met Alex's for a split second, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. The pungent smell of gunpowder filled Alex's nostrils as he scanned the battlefield. Motorcycles tore through the camp, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. The iron shadows and steel serpents clashed in a deadly dance, their leather cuts flashing in the afternoon sun. An explosion rocked the ground, showering Alex with splinters as a nearby shed disintegrated. The concussive force left his ears ringing, muffling the world around him. Is this how it ends? Alex wondered, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind. All of Dad's work? Everything we've built, gone in a hail of bullets? He pushed the thought aside, steeling himself. No, he wouldn't let that happen. Not with the iron shadows. "Tommy!" Alex called out, spotting their mechanic crouched behind an overturned truck. "We need that bike running." Tommy's grease-stained hands flew over the motorcycle's engine, his face a mask of concentration. "Almost there, boss. Just need to—" His words were cut off by another explosion, closer this time. Alex's heart raced as he assessed their situation. They were outnumbered, outgunned, but not outmatched. Not yet. He caught Nina's eye again, saw the fierce determination burning there, mirroring his own. "We hold the line!" Alex roared, his voice carrying over the din of battle. The answering cry from his brothers and sisters in arms sent a surge of pride through Alex. They were bloodied but unbroken, their resolve as strong as the steel that forged their bikes. As Alex raised his gun to take another shot, a stray thought flitted through his mind. "Dad, I hope you're watching. I hope I'm making you proud." The battle raged on, a symphony of chaos and destruction, with Alex at its center, fighting not just for survival, but for everything the Iron Shadows stood for. Alex ducked behind a rusted-out logging truck, his breath coming in short gasps. Sweat and grime streaked his face as he peered around the edge, assessing the battlefield. The Iron Shadows were scattered across the camp, taking whatever cover they could find. "Liz, on your back!" he shouted, watching as one of his newest recruits spun just in time to dodge a steel serpent's attack. Liz nodded gratefully, her eyes wide with adrenaline. "Thanks, boss!" Alex's mind spun, calculating their next move. They needed to regroup, to push back against the relentless assault. He caught Nina's eye across the clearing and signaled for her to move left. She understood immediately, sliding behind a stack of weathered lumber. "We need to flank them," Alex muttered to himself, his finger tightening on the trigger of his gun. Just as he was about to give the order, a low rumble cut through the chaos. It was a sound Alex knew well, one that made his heart leap with hope. "It can't be," he whispered, hardly daring to believe it, but there was no mistaking the distinctive roar of that Harley engine. As if materializing from the very shadows that gave their club its name, Jake Ghost Morrison rode into view. The effect was instantaneous. Even the steel serpents seemed to hesitate, recognizing the legendary figure astride the gleaming black motorcycle. "Well, well," Jake's gravelly voice carried across the battlefield as he cut the engine. "Looks like you kids started the party without me." Alex couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. "Better late than never, old man," he called back, feeling a surge of renewed energy course through him. Jake dismounted, his weathered face creasing into a wry smile. "Remember, Alex," he said, his eyes twinkling with a mix of wisdom and mischief. "It's not about being first to the fight. It's about being the last one standing when the dust settles." Alex realized that Jake would offer his life to make up for his mistake. Jake moved with a grace that belied his age, his every action precise and deliberate. Alex watched in awe as his mentor weaved through the chaos, taking down steel serpents with ruthless efficiency. "Ghosts still got it," Tommy muttered beside Alex, a note of reverence in his voice. Alex nodded, transfixed by Jake's skill. The older man moved like a force of nature, each shot finding its mark with deadly accuracy. It's like watching poetry in motion, Alex thought, admiring the way Jake seemed to anticipate his opponent's moves before they made them. Inspired by Jake's comeback, Alex felt a renewed surge of determination. "Let's show these serpents what the iron shadows are made of," he shouted, rallying his brothers. As Alex pushed forward, leading a charge against the enemy, he found himself separated from the main group. Suddenly, he realized he was surrounded by a group of steel serpents, their weapons trained on him. "Shit," Alex muttered, his heart pounding as he assessed the situation. He was outnumbered, outgunned, and cut off from his brothers. The faces of the serpents around him were twisted with malice, their eyes gleaming with the promise of violence. "End of the road, Voss," one of them sneered, leveling his gun at Alex's chest. Alex's mind raced, searching for a way out. He thought of Nina, of his brothers, of the promise he'd made to his father. "Not like this," he thought desperately. "Not when we're so close." As the tension mounted, Alex's hand inched towards his weapon, knowing that any sudden move could be his last. The air crackled with deadly anticipation, each second stretching into an eternity. Suddenly, a familiar gravelly voice cut through the chaos. "Alex, get down!" Without hesitation, Alex dropped to the ground, his body reacting instinctively to Jake's command. In that split second, he saw Jake emerge from the smoke, moving with a speed that belied his age. Time seemed to slow as Jake lunged forward, his weathered face set in grim determination. With a powerful shove, he sent Alex rolling away from the circle of steel serpents. The crack of gunfire split the air, and Jake's body jerked violently. "No!" Alex screamed, his voice raw with horror as he watched Jake crumple to the ground. Adrenaline surging, Alex scrambled to his feet, firing at the serpents with deadly precision. His world narrowed to a tunnel of rage and grief as he fought his way to Jake's side. Dropping to his knees beside his mentor, Alex cradled Jake's head in his lap. "Jake, hold on. We'll get you help," he pleaded, his hands shaking as he tried to stem the flow of blood from Jake's chest. Jake's eyes, now clouded with pain, locked onto Alex's face. "It's okay, son," he wheezed, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. This is how it was meant to be." Alex shook his head fiercely, tears blurring his vision. "Don't talk like that. You're gonna be fine, you hear me? You can't leave us. You can't leave me." Around them, the battle raged on. But for Alex, the world had shrunk to this moment. This man who had become more than a mentor, a father figure, a guiding light in the darkness of their world. "Listen," Jake gasped, his grip on Alex's arm weakening. "Remember what I taught you. Lead with your heart. The club is in good hands." As Jake's eyes fluttered closed, a wave of anguish washed over Alex. He looked up, meeting the shocked and grief-stricken gazes of his brothers who had gathered around them, forming a protective circle. "Jake's down," Alex choked out, his voice breaking. "We need to get him out of here." The iron shadows exchanged glances, their faces a mix of disbelief and sorrow as the magnitude of Jake's sacrifice sank in. In that moment, they all knew that nothing would ever be the same again. Alex's grief transformed into a burning rage, igniting a fire in his eyes that spread to the iron shadows around him. He rose slowly, his fists clenched at his sides, Jake's blood staining his leather cut. "Brothers," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "Jake gave his life for us. For me. We won't let his sacrifice be in vain." The iron shadows nodded, a collective determination settling over them like a shroud. Guns were reloaded, knives unsheathed, and engines revved with newfound purpose. "For Jake!" Alex roared, charging forward into the fray. The battle shifted, the iron shadows moving with a synchronicity born of shared loss and fierce loyalty. They pushed against the steel serpent's line, their movements fluid and relentless. Alex found himself face to face with a burly serpent, ducking under a wild swing and countering with a brutal uppercut. As his opponent staggered back, Alex's mind raced. "This is for you, Jake," he thought, dodging another punch. Every lesson, every word of wisdom, It wasn't for nothing. "They're faltering," shouted Brick, one of the Iron Shadows, as he took down 2 serpents in quick succession. "Keep pushing." Alex nodded, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Jake always said the strength of the wolf is in the pack," he called out, rallying his brothers. "Today we show them what that means." The Iron Shadows surged forward, their synchronized assault driving the steel serpents back. Each member fought with the ferocity of 10, channeling their grief and rage into an unstoppable force. As Alex battled on, Jake's final words echoed in his mind. "Lead with your heart." He realized now what that truly meant, not just in moments of peace, but in the heat of battle, when everything was on the line. "For Ghost." The cry went up among the Iron Shadows, a battle hymn in honor of their fallen brother. The name rippled through their ranks, lending strength to tired muscles and sharpening dulled senses. In that moment, as the tide of battle turned decisively in their favor, Alex knew that Jake's spirit lived on in each of them, guiding their hands and steeling their resolve. The old man's sacrifice had become their rallying cry, a testament to the unbreakable bonds of brotherhood that defined the Iron Shadows. The steel serpents' line began to crumble. Their once cocky grins twisted into grimaces of fear as they realized the Iron Shadow's renewed vigor was unstoppable. Bullets whizzed past Alex's ear as he advanced, his eyes locked on the serpent's leader. "Fall back!" The command rang out across the battlefield, barely audible over the cacophony of gunfire and roaring engines. The serpents began to retreat, their formation dissolving into chaos. Alex's heart pounded in his chest, a mix of adrenaline and anguish fueling his pursuit. "Don't let them regroup!" he shouted to his brothers, his voice hoarse from the acrid smoke filling the air. As the last of the serpents disappeared into the tree line, an eerie silence fell over the logging camp. Alex stood, chest heaving, surveying the carnage around him. The victory felt hollow, without Jake by his side. "We did it, Ghost," he whispered, his eyes stinging from more than just the smoke. Turning to face his brothers, Alex saw the same mixture of triumph and sorrow etched on their faces. "All right, let's tend to our wounded," he called out, his voice cracking slightly. And we need to take care of Jake." The Iron Shadows moved with solemn purpose, gathering their injured and fallen. As Alex knelt beside Jake's body, he gently closed the old man's eyes. "You always said the road was long and winding," he murmured, his throat tight. "I just wish you could have ridden it with us a little longer." A hand clasped his shoulder, and Alex looked up to see Cobra, one of the older members. "He went out like a true Iron Shadow," Cobra said, his gruff voice tinged with respect. "Ghost knew the risks, kid. He chose his path." Alex nodded, unable to speak. As they lifted Jake's body, he couldn't help but wonder if he was truly ready for the weight of leadership. Alex helped load Jake's body onto the back of a pickup truck. The adrenaline from the battle was fading, replaced by a gnawing ache in his chest. "It should have been me," he muttered, running a hand through his sweat-soaked hair. Nina approached, her eyes red-rimmed but her stance resolute. "Alex, we need to move out. The cops will be here soon." He nodded, his jaw clenched. "Right. Get everyone ready to roll." As the Iron Shadows prepared to depart, Alex found himself drawn back to the spot where Jake had fallen. The ground was stained dark, a stark reminder of the sacrifice made. "Dad," Alex whispered, his voice barely audible. "I failed you both. Jake's gone because of me." Tommy's voice cut through his thoughts. "Boss, we're ready." Alex turned, his expression hardening. "Let's ride." The roar of engines filled the air as the Iron Shadows formed up. As they pulled away from the logging camp, Alex's mind drifted to his father's memory and Jake's final moments. "I won't let your deaths be in vain," he vowed silently. "The steel serpents will pay for this. For both of you." Back at the clubhouse, the Iron Shadows gathered in somber silence. Alex stood before them, his heart heavy but his resolve strengthened. "Brothers," he began, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "Today we lost a legend. Jake Ghost Morrison gave his life so that we could stand here now. Not as a traitor, but a hero. We'll honor his memory by finishing what we started." Chapter 15. The clubhouse walls seemed to close in, suffocating Alex as he slumped in his worn leather chair. Flickering candlelight cast long shadows across the room, illuminating the solemn faces of Nina and Tommy. The air hung heavy with the fumes coming out of their motorcycle exhausts, a familiar comfort now tainted by loss. Alex's gaze drifted to the wall of photographs, each frame a testament to fallen brothers and sisters. His father's weathered face stared back at him, eyes full of pride and expectation, the weight of leadership threatening to crush him. "We can't let their sacrifices be in vain," Tommy murmured, his grease-stained hands clenched into fists. Nina nodded, her jaw set in grim determination. "We've come too far to give up now." Alex closed his eyes, memories flooding his mind. The roar of engines, the wind in his face, the unbreakable bond of brotherhood. All of it felt like a distant dream now. How could he lead them when he couldn't even protect them? "I don't know if I'm cut out for this," Alex admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Dad made it look so easy. But now... He trailed off, unable to voice the doubts that plagued him. The conspiracy they faced seemed insurmountable, a shadowy force that had already claimed too many lives. Alex's stomach churned with the bitter taste of failure. "You're not alone in this, Alex," Nina said, her dark eyes meeting his. "We're all in it." Tommy leaned forward, his beard unable to hide the concern etched on his face. "What's really eating at you, brother?" Alex's fingers traced the outline of his father's patch on his jacket. "I keep wondering if I'm making the right calls. Every decision feels like it could be our last." The silence that followed was deafening. Alex's mind whirled, replaying every moment that had led them to this point. The weight of their losses pressed down on him, threatening to suffocate his resolve. "Your old man chose you for a reason," Tommy said, breaking the silence. "He saw something in you that we all see." Nina nodded in agreement. Leadership isn't about having all the answers. It's about facing the unknown with resolve. Alex looked up, meeting their unwavering gazes. The flickering candlelight seemed to ignite a spark of hope within him. Maybe, just maybe, they could find a way through this darkness. Nina shifted in her seat, her usually confident posture now slightly hunched. She took a deep breath, her dark eyes clouded with uncertainty. I don't know if I'm cut out for this either," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Every time I close my eyes, I see their faces. Manny, Jade, Big Pete. I failed them. What if I fail you guys too?" Alex leaned forward, his piercing blue eyes fixed on Nina. He'd never seen her this vulnerable before. The sight of her, usually so strong and unshakable, now trembling with doubt, made his chest tighten. "Nina, you haven't failed anyone," Alex said firmly. "You're the backbone of this club. We couldn't do this without you." Tommy nodded in agreement. "Remember when you single-handedly negotiated that truce with the Hellhounds? That saved countless lives on both sides." Nina's lips curved into a sad smile. "That feels like a lifetime ago now." "Tell us about Manny," Alex prompted gently. "He was your sponsor, wasn't he?" Nina's eyes misted over as she recalled the fallen member. "Yeah, he was. Manny was... He was larger than life, you know? He could walk into a room full of enemies and walk out with a dozen new friends." As Nina spoke, memories of their fallen comrades filled the air, almost tangible in the dim light of the clubhouse. Alex found himself transported back to simpler times, when the biggest worry was which run to take next. "Remember when Jade organized that surprise party for Big Pete's 50th? Tommy chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "I've never seen a man so terrified of a cake before." The laughter that followed was bittersweet, tinged with both joy and sorrow. As they shared more stories, Alex felt a renewed sense of purpose. These weren't just fallen comrades, they were family. And family was worth fighting for, no matter the odds. Tommy shifted in his seat, the leather creaking beneath him. "I keep thinking," he started, his voice rough with emotion, "about all the bikes in the garage. Manny's Harley, Jade's Triumph. They're just sitting there, waiting for riders who ain't coming back. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. It's like, how do we move forward when half our heart's missing? Alex leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. Tommy, you've always been our rock. What's going through that brilliant mind of yours? Tommy's gaze dropped to his hands. I'm scared, Alex. For the first time since I joined the Iron Shadows, I don't know if I can fix this. He looked up, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Engines, bikes, that's easy. But this conspiracy, these losses, I can't just swap out a part and make it all better. Nina reached out, placing her hand on Tommy's arm. None of us can wrench, but we're in this together, right? Tommy nodded, covering Nina's hand with his own. Always, it's just, I keep thinking about practical stuff. How we're gonna keep the club running with so many gone. How we're gonna stay safe. It's like trying to ride with a busted transmission. Alex leaned back, running a hand through his hair. I get it, Tommy. We're all feeling lost right now. But maybe that's okay. Maybe we need to be lost for a bit to find our way again. Tommy's brow furrowed. What do you mean? I mean, Alex continued, that it's okay to not have all the answers right now. We've always figured things out together, and we will this time too. Nina squeezed Tommy's arm. Remember when we first met? You were this shy kid who could barely look me in the eye. Now look at you, the heart and soul of our garage. Tommy's lips quirked in a small smile. Yeah, well, bikes are easier to talk to than people sometimes. The three friends shared a quiet laugh, the sound echoing in the empty clubhouse. For a moment, the weight of their grief lifted, replaced by the warmth of their shared bond. We're gonna get through this, Tommy said, his voice stronger now. For Manny, for Jade, for all of them. We owe it to them to keep the Iron Shadows rollin'. Alex nodded, determination replacing the doubt in his eyes. Together, we can face anything, even this. As they sat in companionable silence, Tommy felt a flicker of hope ignite in his chest. The road ahead was dark and treacherous, but with his family by his side, he knew they'd find their way. Alex stared at the wall of photographs, eyes lingering on the faces of their fallen comrades. He turned to Nina and Tommy, his voice barely above a whisper. Maybe it's time we stop. We've lost too much already. Is this fight for justice worth more lives? Nina's eyes flashed with a mix of anger and disbelief. She stepped closer to Alex, her petite frame radiating intensity. Are you serious, Alex? After everything we've been through? Tommy placed a calloused hand on Alex's shoulder. Brother, I know you're hurting. We all are. But giving up now? That's not the Alex Voss I know. Alex shrugged off Tommy's hand, pacing the room. And what if I'm not that Alex anymore? What if I can't be the leader you all need? Nina's voice softened, but her words remained firm. You're more than just our leader, Alex. You're our family. And family doesn't give up on each other. Tommy nodded, his beard hiding a small, reassuring smile. Remember what your old man used to say? Justice ain't just a word, it's a promise. Alex paused, his father's words echoing in his mind. He turned back to his friends, conflict evident in his eyes. But at what cost? Nina stepped forward, her dark eyes blazing with determination. At any cost. We owe it to Manny, to Jade, to all of them. Their memory deserves justice. Tommy joined her, his stocky frame a pillar of support. We're Iron Shadows, Alex. We don't back down, especially when the road gets rough. Alex looked between them, feeling the strength of their conviction. Slowly he nodded, his resolve hardening. You're right. We can't give up now. For our fallen brothers and sisters, we'll see this through. Nina held out her hand, palm down. Together? Tommy placed his hand on top of hers without hesitation. Always. Alex took a deep breath, then added his hand to the pile. For justice, for family, for the Iron Shadows. As their hands broke apart, a newfound determination filled the room. they would honor the memory of those they'd lost and fight for the justice they deserved. Alex's gaze drifted to the far wall of the clubhouse, where a weathered patch of leather hung in a simple frame. The faded Iron Shadow's emblem, its edges frayed and worn, had belonged to his father. The sight of it stirred something deep within him, a flicker of hope amidst the darkness. "Look at that," Alex said, his voice barely above a whisper. He crossed the room, his fingertips brushing the glass that protected the cherished relic. Dad wore this on his first ride with the club. Nina and Tommy joined him, their eyes fixed on the patch. The musty scent of old leather mingled with the lingering aroma of motor oil, evoking memories of simpler times. "I remember the day he got it," Tommy mused, a wistful smile tugging at his lips. Man was grinning like he'd won the lottery. Nina's usually stern expression softened. "He always said it was his badge of honor." Alex nodded, feeling a surge of pride and determination. "And now it's our turn to earn ours." He turned to face his friends, his blue eyes gleaming with renewed purpose. "We've got a long road ahead, but we're going to ride it, for every member who's ever worn this patch." Tommy clapped a hand on Alex's shoulder. "Damn straight, brother. Where do we start?" "We start by getting answers," Alex replied, his voice gaining strength. "We'll dig deeper into that conspiracy, follow every lead, no matter where it takes us." Nina's lips curved into a fierce smile. "I'll reach out to my contacts in law enforcement. Someone's got to know something." As they moved towards the clubhouse exit, Alex paused, taking one last look at his father's patch. The weight of leadership felt lighter now, buoyed by the strength of his chosen family. "Let's ride," he said, pushing open the heavy wooden door. The cool night air rushed in, carrying with it the promise of justice and the rumble of distant engines. As they stepped out into the crisp night air, Alex's started picturing what could lay ahead. The distant rumble of engines echoed their own determination, a symphony of steel and purpose. "We'll need to be careful," Alex said, his voice low and serious. "Whoever's behind this conspiracy, they're not going to give up their secrets easily." Nina nodded, her dark eyes scanning the shadows. "I've got a hunch about where to start. There's an old contact of mine, ex-cop turned private investigator. He might have some intel we can use." Tommy furrowed his brow, scratching his beard thoughtfully. "What about that warehouse we found last month, the one with all those shipping manifests? Could be worth taking another look." Alex considered their suggestions, feeling a spark of hope ignite in his chest. They had leads, they had each other, and most importantly, they had the drive to see this through. "Good thinking, both of you," he said, his gaze drifting to the stars above. "We'll follow up on those leads, but we need to be smart about it. No unnecessary risks." As they reached their bikes, Alex paused, his hand resting on the worn leather of his seat. He thought of his father, of Manny's infectious laugh, of Jade's fierce loyalty. Their memories fueled his resolve, reminding him of why they fought. "Whatever happens," Alex said, his voice thick with emotion, "we do this for them. For every Iron Shadow who's ever bled for this club. We owe them that much." Nina and Tommy nodded solemnly, their faces etched with the same mix of grief and determination that Alex felt. As they mounted their bikes, the roar of engines filled the air, a battle cry against the darkness that threatened to engulf them. With one last look at the clubhouse, Alex kicked his bike to life. The fallen would ride with them, their spirits guiding the Iron Shadows towards justice and redemption. Alex guided his bike through the winding streets, the cool night air whipping against his face. Nina and Tommy flanked him, their headlights cutting through the darkness. The rhythm of their engines provided a comforting backdrop to his swirling thoughts. As they approached a red light, Alex slowed to a stop, planting his feet on the asphalt. He turned to Nina, her silhouette illuminated by the street lamp above. "We need to hit up Razor's place tomorrow," he said, raising his voice over the idle of their bikes. "He might have some intel on those shipments we've been hearing about." Nina nodded, her eyes narrowing. "Good call. I'll reach out to my contact at the docks, see if there's been any unusual activity lately." Tommy leaned forward, his beard catching the light. "What about Eva? Think she's made any progress on her end?" Alex's heart jumped at the mention of the detective. Hard to say. She plays things close to the vest, but we can't rely on her alone. We need to keep pushing on our own leads. The light turned green, and they accelerated in unison. As they rode, Alex's mind drifted to the conspiracy that had claimed so many of their own. Each turn of his wheels seemed to bring a new memory, a fresh pang of loss. We're stronger as a team, he thought, gripping his handlebars tighter. And we'll need every ounce of that strength to see this through. They pulled into the lot of a 24-hour diner, neon signs casting a harsh glow over their faces. As they dismounted, Alex caught Nina's eye. You holding up okay? He asked softly, concern etched in his features. Nina's expression softened for a moment before her usual mask of determination slipped back into place. I'm good. Just ready to start hitting back, you know? Tommy clapped a hand on Alex's shoulder. We all are, brother. One step at a time, right? Alex nodded, leading them towards the diner's entrance. Let's grab some coffee, go over our game plan for tomorrow. We've got a long road ahead, but we're on the right path. As they stepped inside, the smell of coffee and grease enveloped them. It was a far cry from the somber atmosphere of the clubhouse, but somehow it felt right. They were moving forward, honoring their fallen by refusing to give up the fight. Alex slid into a booth, the vinyl seat creaking beneath him. Nina and Tommy settled across from him, their faces illuminated by the harsh fluorescent lights overhead. A waitress approached, her tired eyes barely registering their presence as she took their coffee orders. I keep seeing their faces, Alex murmured, his voice low and raw with emotion. He stared at his calloused hands, spread flat on the table. Every time I close my eyes, I see them. Smiling, laughing, then gone. Nina reached across, her fingers brushing his wrist. We all do, Alex. It's how we keep them alive. Tommy nodded, his usual jovial demeanor subdued. They're counting on us to finish what they started, to make this right. The waitress returned, setting down 3 steaming mugs. Alex wrapped his hands around the warm ceramic, finding a strange comfort in its heat. What if we can't? He whispered, voicing the fear that had been gnawing at him. What if this conspiracy is too big, too deep? Nina's eyes flashed with determination. Then we go down swinging. It's what they would have done for us. Alex felt a swell of pride and affection for his friends, his family. Despite the weight of their loss, they were still here, still fighting. He took a deep breath, straightening his shoulders. You're right, he said, his voice growing stronger. We owe it to them to see this through, no matter what. As they began to discuss their next moves, Alex knew they stood a chance. They would honor their fallen brothers and sisters the only way they knew how, by seeking justice, no matter the cost. Chapter 16. The abandoned warehouse loomed before them, its rusted metal walls a silent sentinel in the fading twilight. Alex cut the engine of his Harley, the abrupt silence settling like a shroud. He dismounted, boots crunching on gravel, and turned to face Eva as she pulled up beside him. Their eyes met, a fleeting moment of understanding passing between them. Alex's blue gaze reflected the gravity of what was to come. Eva's lips pressed into a thin line, her short blonde hair ruffling in the cool evening breeze. Eva broke the silence. It's time you knew the truth, Alex. All of it. She reached into her leather jacket, withdrawing a thick manila folder. The weight of it seemed to pull at her arm, as if the very contents were trying to drag her down. Alex's eyes locked onto the folder, his heart thundering in his chest. This is it, he thought. The answers I've been searching for all this time. Eva held out the folder, her green eyes steady. Everything the police had about Viper, about your father's death, it's all here. Alex's hand trembled slightly as he took the folder, feeling the weight of its contents, not just physically, but emotionally. The evidence within could change everything, upend the delicate balance of power within the iron shadows. Christ, he muttered, running a hand through his short-cropped hair. I never thought we'd actually get here. Eva's expression softened, a rare glimpse of the empathy that drove her relentless pursuit of justice. "I know this isn't easy, Alex, but you deserve to know the truth about what happened to your father." Alex nodded, his throat tight. He flipped open the folder, eyes scanning the first page of meticulously gathered evidence. Photographs, financial records, witness statements, all pointing to Viper's involvement in his father's death. "How did you manage to get all this?" he asked, looking up at Eva with a mix of awe and gratitude. She shrugged, a ghost of a smile playing at her lips. "I told you, I'm like a bulldog when I'm on a case. Once I sink my teeth in, I don't let go." Alex chuckled despite himself, appreciating her dry humor even in this tense moment. "Remind me never to get on your bad side." As he continued leafing through the documents, the reality of what they were about to do settled over him like a heavy cloak. This evidence could bring down Viper, but it also meant war within the club. Lives would be at stake, including his own and Eva's. "You know what this means," he said quietly, meeting Eva's gaze. "Once we move on this, there's no going back." Eva nodded, her expression resolute. "I'm all in, Alex. Whatever it takes to bring Viper to justice and clear your father's name." In that moment, looking at the determined set of Eva's jaw and feeling the weight of the evidence in his hands, Alex knew they were on the precipice of something monumental. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but now he felt a flicker of hope that justice might finally be served. Alex's jaw clenched as he absorbed the final damning piece of evidence. His fingers, hardened from years of gripping handlebars, trembled slightly as he closed the folder. The weight of truth settled in his gut like a lead ball. "Shit," he breathed, running a hand through his short-cropped hair. "I always suspected, but seeing it laid out like this..." He trailed off, his piercing blue eyes meeting Eva's green ones. "How the hell did Viper hide this for so long?" Eva leaned forward, her voice low and intense. "He's had years to cover his tracks, Alex. But now we've got him." She pulled out a map, spreading it across the table. "Here's where we hit him." Alex studied the layout, his strategic mind already whirring. "Viper's hideout," he muttered. "Clever bastard's been right under our noses." Eva nodded, her finger tracing a route. "There's a weak spot in his security here," she explained. "A blind spot in the camera coverage. If we time it right, we can slip in undetected." Alex's brow furrowed. "It's risky. If we're caught..." "We won't be," Eva cut in, her tone brooking no argument. "I've calculated every variable. This is our best shot." Alex leaned back, conflict warring in his chest. The desire for vengeance burned hot, but the potential cost to his club, his family, weighed heavily. "You don't have to do this," Eva said softly, reading his hesitation. "I can handle it alone if..." "No," Alex interrupted, his voice firm. "My father. My fight." He met Eva's gaze, a silent understanding passing between them. "We go in together." Alex leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, steady rumble. "We'll need to approach from the east," he said, tracing a path on the map with his index finger. "There's an old service road that leads right to the back of the compound. It's rarely used, but the Iron Shadows know it well." Eva's eyebrows raised slightly, impressed by his insider knowledge. Alex continued, his blue eyes intense with focus. "We'll split into 2 teams. The first will create a diversion at the main gate, drawing Viper's men to the front. Meanwhile, our team slips in through the blind spot you identified." He paused, his mind racing through potential scenarios. "Once inside, we'll need to move fast. Viper's office is on the 2nd floor northwest corner. That's where we'll find the final piece of evidence we need." Eva nodded, her sharp green eyes studying Alex's face. "And what about Viper himself?" Alex's jaw clenched, a flicker of anger passing across his features. "He'll be there. He always is when there's trouble. We take him down, hard and fast." As he spoke, Alex could feel the weight of leadership settling on him. It was a familiar burden, one he'd carried since taking over the Iron Shadows. But this time, the stakes were higher than ever. "We'll need backup," Eva pointed out. "Your most trusted members, people who won't flinch when things get ugly." Alex nodded, already mentally selecting his team. I've got just the crew in mind, loyal to the bone and tough as nails. Their eyes met across the table, a silent understanding passing between them. In that moment, Alex felt the strength of their partnership, forged through long nights of investigation and shared danger. Eva's unwavering determination matched his own, creating a formidable alliance. We're really doing this, Alex said softly, a mix of anticipation and trepidation coloring his words. Eva's lips curved into a small, fierce smile. Damn right we are. It's time Viper faced justice for what he's done. The clubhouse basement thrummed with tension as Alex and Eva gathered their trusted inner circle. Nina leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her dark eyes scanning the room. Tommy fidgeted with a wrench, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a grim set to his jaw. Maya sat ramrod straight, her fingers flying over a tablet as she processed information. Ryan stood silently by the door, his muscular frame coiled like a spring. Sam paced the length of the room, her blonde hair swishing with each turn. Alex's voice cut through the murmurs, commanding attention. We've got one shot at this, people. Viper's going down tonight. The weight of his words settled over the room like a heavy blanket. Alex could see the gravity of the situation etched on each face, a mix of determination and apprehension. What's the plan, boss? Nina asked, her tone clipped and focused. Alex spread out a map on the table, pointing to key locations. We hit Viper's compound from 3 angles. Nina, you'll lead the frontal assault. Ryan, you're on sniper duty. Tommy, I need you to disable their vehicles. As he spoke, Alex felt a surge of pride for his team. These were more than just club members. They were family, bound by loyalty and shared purpose. Maya leaned in, her brow furrowed. What about their security systems? They're top-notch. That's where you come in, Alex replied, meeting her gaze. You'll be our eyes and ears, guiding us through their defenses. Sam's voice cut through the tension. And Viper himself? Alex's face tightened. Eva and I will handle him personally. The room fell silent as the enormity of their task settled in. Alex could feel the weight of their expectations, their trust in his leadership. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what came next. Listen up, he began, his voice rising above the nervous whispers. I know what I'm asking isn't easy. Viper's dangerous and his crew is ruthless. But remember why we're doing this. Alex's eyes swept the room, meeting each gaze in turn. We're not just avenging my father. We're fighting for every person Viper has hurt, every life he's destroyed. This is our chance to set things right, to show the world what the Iron Shadows stand for. He could see his words taking hold, igniting a fire in each of them. The energy in the room shifted, fear giving way to determination. Nina straightened, a fierce light in her eyes. Tommy's grip on his wrench tightened, resolve etched on his face. Maya's fingers stilled on her tablet as she looked up, meeting Alex's gaze with a nod of commitment. Iron Shadows, are you with me? Alex's voice thundered through the room. The response was immediate and overwhelming. To the end, they chorused, their voices united in purpose. As the room erupted into focused activity, the Iron Shadows were ready for battle. Eva's gaze lingered on Alex, her green eyes a storm of conflicting emotions. She watched as he directed the group, his commanding presence filling the room. A warmth spread through her chest, mingling with the cold tendrils of fear that gripped her heart. You okay? Alex's voice cut through her reverie, low and concerned. Eva swallowed hard, forcing a nod. Just processing, she managed, her voice slightly hoarse. It's a lot to take in. Alex's piercing blue eyes searched her face. Having second thoughts? No, Eva replied quickly, perhaps too quickly. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. I'm in this till the end. It's just... What? Alex prompted gently, stepping closer. Eva's heart raced at his proximity. I can't help but worry, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. About you, about all of them. The risks we're taking. Alex's hand found hers, giving it a reassuring squeeze. We've got each other's backs. That's what family does. The warmth of his touch sent a jolt through Ava, intensifying the conflict within her. She nodded, unable to trust her voice. "Time to ride," Alex announced, his voice carrying across the room. As they moved towards their bikes, Ava's mind whirled. The admiration she felt for Alex's leadership warred with her growing concern for his safety. And beneath it all, a current of something deeper, something she wasn't ready to name. And the roar of engines filled the air as they mounted their motorcycles. Ava gripped her handlebars tightly, willing her racing thoughts to calm. As they pulled out onto the road, the wind whipped through her short blonde hair, carrying with it the scent of leather and gasoline. Alex led the pack, his broad shoulders set with determination. Ava fell in beside him, matching his pace as the rest of the Iron Shadows formed a thundering convoy behind them. The adrenaline of the ride began to course through her veins, pushing aside her worries for the moment. As they tore down the darkened streets, Ava caught Alex's eye. In that brief glance, she saw a reflection of her own mix of exhilaration and apprehension. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. The abandoned warehouse loomed before them, a hulking silhouette against the night sky. Alex cut his engine, the sudden silence deafening. Eva followed suit, her senses on high alert as she dismounted. "Stay sharp," Alex murmured, his voice barely audible above the pounding of Eva's heart. They approached the building, footsteps crunching on gravel. The rusted metal door groaned as Alex eased it open, revealing a yawning darkness within. Eva's hand instinctively moved to her holster as they stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and the musty scent of decay. Ava's eyes strained to adjust to the gloom, her ears picking up every whisper of sound. Beside her, Alex's breathing was measured, controlled. "Watch your step," he whispered, gesturing to the debris-strewn floor. Their footsteps echoed off concrete walls as they navigated the shadowy corridors. Eva's skin prickled with awareness, every nerve ending firing as they delved deeper into the warehouse's depths. A faint light flickered ahead. Alex paused, holding up a hand. Eva nodded, understanding his silent command. They inched forward, the tension coiling tighter with each step. As they rounded the corner, a figure materialized from the gloom. Mason Viper Kane stood before them, his shaved head gleaming in the dim light. "Well, well," Viper drawled, his eyes cold and calculating. "If it isn't the prodigal son and his pet detective." Alex's jaw clenched. "It's over, Viper. We know everything." Eva watched the two men, feeling the weight of years of history and hatred crackling between them. Her hand tightened on her weapon as Viper's lips curved into a cruel smile. "Do you now?" Viper's gaze flicked to Eva. "And what exactly do you think you know, sweetheart?" "We know about Alex's father," Eva replied, her voice steady despite the adrenaline surging through her. "We have proof of your involvement." Viper's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something, fear, anger, passing across his face before his mask of cool indifference slipped back into place. "Clever girl," he sneered, "but proof means nothing if you don't live to use it." Alex took a step forward, his presence radiating contained fury. "It's time to answer for what you've done, Viper. No more games, no more running." Eva felt the tension in the room ratchet up another notch. As she watched Alex and Viper lock eyes, she knew they were teetering on the edge of a precipice. Whatever happened next would change everything. The tension snapped like a rubber band stretched too far. Viper lunged forward, his fist connecting with Alex's jaw with a sickening crack. Alex staggered back, but recovered quickly, years of street fighting kicking in as he ducked under Viper's neck swing. Eva's heart pounded as she watched the two men grapple, their bodies a blur of motion. She circled, looking for an opening, her breath coming in short gasps. "You think you can take me down?" Viper snarled, landing a vicious blow to Alex's ribs. "I built this club from nothing." Alex grunted, absorbing the hit. His blue eyes blazed with determination as he countered with a swift uppercut. "And you destroyed it with your greed," he growled. Eva saw her chance and darted in, aiming a kick at Viper's knee. He howled in pain, momentarily distracted, allowing Alex to land a solid punch to his face. Blood trickled from Viper's split lip as he stumbled back. For the first time, Eva saw a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He's realizing he's outnumbered, she thought, her heart racing with a mix of exhilaration and fear. It's not too late to end this peacefully, Viper, Alex said, his chest heaving. Just turn yourself in. Viper's laugh was harsh and brittle. Peace was never an option, boy. You should know that by now. As Viper's eyes darted between them, calculating his next move, Eva couldn't help but wonder how far he would go to maintain his grip on power. The thought sent a chill down her spine, even as she steeled herself for whatever came next. The final blow came swiftly, a combination of Alex's raw strength and Eva's precise tactics. Viper crumpled to the ground, his eyes rolling back as consciousness slipped away from him. Alex stood over Viper's prone form, his chest heaving. The adrenaline slowly ebbed from his system, leaving him acutely aware of every ache and bruise. He looked at Eva, her green eyes mirroring his own mix of relief and disbelief. "We did it," he breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. Eva nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "Your father would be proud, Alex." The weight of her words hit him like a physical blow. Alex's throat tightened as he fought back a surge of emotion. "I hope so," he managed to say, his voice rough. As the reality of their victory settled in, Alex thought of the implications. The club would need rebuilding, old wounds would need healing. But for the first time in years, he felt a glimmer of hope for the future. "What now?" Eva asked, her gaze steady on his face. Alex took a deep breath, wincing slightly at the pain in his ribs. "Now we rebuild. We make the Iron Shadows what they were always meant to be." The sound of motorcycles approaching broke through the silence. Alex straightened, his posture shifting from exhausted fighter to leader in an instant. "Ready to face the troops?" he asked Eva, a hint of his old humor creeping into his voice. She nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Always." Chapter 17. The door of the clubhouse creaked open, admitting 4 battered figures into the dimly lit interior. Alex winced as he stepped over the threshold, his muscles screaming in protest after the grueling confrontation with the steel serpents. The familiar scene of the garage-like headquarters fell like a comforting balm to his frayed nerves. "Home sweet home," Tommy muttered, his voice rough with exhaustion. The stocky mechanic's beard was matted with dirt, and grease stains mingled with sweat on his shirt. Alex nodded, his piercing blue eyes scanning the room. Despite the weariness etched on every face, a palpable sense of relief permeated the air. "We made it," he thought. But at what cost? Nina brushed past him, her petite frame belying the strength that had seen them through the night's ordeal. "Let's regroup in the meeting room," she said, her tone brooking no argument. As they filed into the heart of the clubhouse, Alex's gaze lingered on Eva. The former detective's professional demeanor was cracking, fatigue evident in the slump of her shoulders. She caught his eye, offering a wan smile that spoke volumes about their shared ordeal. The meeting room was a shrine to the Iron Shadow's history. Framed photographs and worn leather cuts adorned the walls, silent witnesses to countless gatherings. Alex inhaled deeply, the mingled scents of gasoline, leather, and stale cigarette smoke grounding him in the present. "Hell of a night," Tommy said, breaking the silence as he sank into a chair. His hands trembled slightly as he reached for a half-empty bottle of whiskey on the table. Nina leaned against the wall, her dark eyes hooded. "We need to talk about what happened out there. The steel serpents won't take this lying down." Alex started weighing their options. The club had emerged victorious, but at a steep price. The memory of Jake's sacrifice threatened to overwhelm him, and he clenched his fists, willing the emotion back. "One step at a time," he said, his voice low and controlled. "We've all been through the ringer. Let's take a moment to breathe before we start planning our next move." Eva cleared her throat, drawing their attention. "I hate to be the voice of reason, but we can't afford to let our guard down. The serpents may be licking their wounds, but they're far from defeated." The tension in the room ratcheted up a notch. Alex studied Eva's face, noting the conflict behind her professional facade. She had thrown her lot in with the Iron Shadows, risking everything in pursuit of justice. The weight of that decision was evident in the tightness around her eyes. "You're right," Alex conceded, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "But we're no good to anyone if we burn ourselves out. A few hours of rest, then we'll strategize." As the others nodded in agreement, Alex's gaze swept over his chosen family. They were battered and bruised, but unbroken. Alex took a deep breath, then stared at faces of his fellow Iron Shadows. He stepped forward, his leather jacket creaking with the movement. "Brothers and sisters," he began, his voice resonating with a mix of exhaustion and determination. "What we've been through, it's tested us in ways we never imagined." He paused, swallowing hard against the lump in his throat. "But look at us, we're still standing." His gaze lingered on each member, acknowledging their individual sacrifices. "Every one of you has given everything for this club, your loyalty, your blood, your sweat." Alex's voice cracked slightly, betraying the emotion he fought to control. "And for some, their lives." The room fell into a respectful silence, the air thick with unspoken grief and shared memories. Alex clenched his jaw, steeling himself before continuing. "But it's that unwavering loyalty, that bond between us, that's brought us through this storm." He raised his voice, infusing it with renewed strength. "We are the Iron Shadows. We bend, but we do not break. Our unity, our resilience, that's what sets us apart." As Alex spoke, Nina watched him intently, her dark eyes shimmering with a mixture of pride and concern. She knew the toll this leadership took on him, the weight of each decision etched in the lines of his face. When Alex finished, Nina stepped forward, her petite frame radiating strength and determination. "Alex is right," she said, her voice steady despite the undercurrent of emotion. "What we've faced, it would have broken lesser clubs. But not us." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the room. "I've seen each of you dig deep, find strength you didn't know you had. We've all changed, grown stronger together." Nina's voice softened slightly, a rare display of vulnerability. "And I want you to know, I'd go through hell and back for any one of you. That's what family does." Tommy stepped forward, the fluorescent lights glinting off the grease stains on his calloused hands. He cleared his throat, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the hushed clubhouse. "Family," he echoed, his deep voice tinged with emotion. "That's exactly what we are. Ain't no bond stronger than what we've forged here." He ran a hand through his beard. "Each one of us, we've got a part to play. Me, I keep our steel horses running smooth. Nina keeps us safe. Alex leads us true." His eyes swept the room, making contact with each member. "But it's all of us together that keeps this club's heart beating." Tommy's gaze lingered on the vintage Harley mounted on the wall, a testament to their shared passion. "We trust each other with our lives out there on the road. That same trust, that's what's going to see us through whatever comes next." As Tommy's words settled over the room, Eva shifted in her seat, acutely aware of her outsider status. She took a deep breath, steeling herself before speaking. I know I'm not one of you," she began, her usually confident voice wavering slightly. "But what you've all done, the risks you've taken to uncover the truth, it's remarkable." Eva's green eyes flickered with determination. "As a detective, I've seen my share of tight-knit groups, but this is something else entirely. The way you've welcomed me, despite everything." She paused, swallowing hard. "I'm grateful, and I want you to know, I understand the weight of that trust." The room fell silent, a palpable heaviness settling over the gathered members. Alex stood, his imposing figure casting a long shadow across the worn floorboards. He cleared his throat, the sound cutting through the stillness like a knife. "Brothers and sisters," he began, his voice low and gravelly, "it's time we honor those who can't be here with us today." Alex's piercing blue eyes swept across the room, meeting each gaze with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. The Iron Shadow's insignia on his leather jacket seemed to gleam in the dim light, a reminder of the bond they all shared. "Jake Ghost Morrison," Alex continued, his voice catching slightly. A man who taught me more about leadership and loyalty than any book ever could. The club members bowed their heads, some closing their eyes, others staring, unseeing at the floor. Ava watched, feeling the weight of their collective grief. She hadn't known Jake, but his absence was a tangible thing, filling every corner of the room. Alex's mind raced with memories of Jake. His weathered face creased with laughter, his calloused hands guiding Alex through the intricacies of club politics, his unwavering support in the darkest of times. And despite his betrayal, the loss felt like a physical ache in Alex's chest. After a long moment, Alex squared his shoulders, his expression hardening with determination. Jake gave everything for this club, he said, his voice gaining strength, and we owe it to him, despite anything else. He turned to Eva, his gaze intense. Eva, you've proven yourself a true ally. It's time we make it official. Eva's heart jumped in her chest, a mix of surprise and anticipation coursing through her veins. I propose a baptism ceremony, Alex announced, to welcome Eva fully into the Iron Shadows, and to reaffirm our commitment to standing together, no matter what comes our way. A murmur of approval rippled through the room. Ava felt a surge of emotion, realizing the significance of what Alex was offering. Not just membership, but true belonging. The night air was crisp as the Iron Shadows gathered around the roaring bonfire, its flames licking at the star-studded sky. Alex stood tall, his face a mask of solemnity as he held a gleaming silver bowl filled with water. Ava approached, her heart beating fast beneath her leather jacket. You ready for this? Alex asked quietly, his blue eyes searching hers. Ava swallowed hard, nodding. More than ready, she replied, her voice steady despite the nerves fluttering in her stomach. As Eva knelt before him, Alex raised his voice to address the assembled club members. Tonight, we welcome a new sister into our ranks. Eva has proven her loyalty, her strength, and her dedication to our cause. He dipped his hand into the bowl, letting the cool water run between his fingers. With this water, we wash away the past and embrace a new future. Together. Alex poured the water over Eva's head, the droplets cascading down her short blonde hair and tracing paths along her face. She closed her eyes, feeling a profound sense of belonging wash over her along with the water. Rise, Eva, Alex commanded, his voice filled with warmth, and stand with your brothers and sisters of the Iron Shadows. As Eva stood, cheers erupted around the bonfire. The flames danced, casting a warm glow on the faces of her new family. Tommy clapped her on the back, his grease-stained hands leaving smudges on her jacket that she knew she'd wear with pride. Nina stepped forward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Welcome home, she said softly, pulling Eva into a fierce embrace. Alex led the way to a secluded corner of the clubhouse, his exhausted body finally allowing itself to relax as he sank into a worn leather armchair. The familiar scent of motor oil and whiskey enveloped him, a comforting reminder of home. Hell of a day, he muttered, running a hand through his short-cropped hair. Nina perched on the arm of his chair, her fingers absently tracing the Iron Shadow's insignia on his jacket. But we made it, she said, her voice laced with equal parts relief and pride. Tommy chuckled, his beard hiding a grin as he settled onto a nearby couch. Barely. I thought those steel serpents had us cornered for a minute there. Eva leaned against the wall, her newly baptized status still feeling surreal. I've never seen anything like it, she admitted, shaking her head in disbelief. Alex's piercing blue eyes met hers, a hint of amusement dancing in them. Welcome to the family, rookie. It only gets crazier from here. As they laughed, Alex felt a warmth spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with the whiskey Tommy was now pouring. These people, his people, had stood by him through hell and high water. They'd faced down rival gangs, corrupt cops, and their own demons, emerging stronger for it. You know, he began, his voice taking on a reflective tone. My old man used to say the Iron Shadows were built on blood and gasoline, but I think he missed something. Nina raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Oh yeah? What's that? Alex's gaze swept over his companions, a small smile tugging at his lips. Heart. This club, this family. It's held together by the heart we put into it. The love we have for each other, and this life we've chosen. Tommy raised his glass in a toast. To family, he said, his usually gruff voice softening with emotion. As they clinked glasses, Alex felt a surge of hope for the future. The road ahead wouldn't be easy, but with Eva by his side, he knew they could face anything. Epilogue. The clubhouse thrummed with a somber energy as Alex surveyed the gathered members of the Iron Shadows. Their usual boisterous chatter was replaced by hushed murmurs and the occasional clink of beer bottles. The weight of their impending tribute pressed heavily on his chest. Brothers and sisters, Alex's voice cut through the low hum of conversation. Today we ride for those who can't. Nina stepped forward, her dark eyes meeting Alex's with a fierce intensity. We honor their memory, she added, her tone brooking no argument. As the members filed out of the clubhouse, Alex caught Tommy's eye. The mechanic nodded solemnly, a silent assurance that every bike was primed for the occasion. Alex's mind wandered to the faces of those they'd lost. Good men and women, taken too soon. The roar of engines starting up snapped him back to the present. Mount up, he called, swinging his leg over his own motorcycle. The familiar rumble beneath him was oddly comforting. As they pulled out of the lot, Alex felt a surge of pride. The Iron Shadows moved as one, a testament to their unity, even in grief. The town's streets stretched before them, and curious onlookers paused to watch the procession. Steady pace! Nina's voice crackled through the comms. Let them hear us coming! Alex nodded, though she couldn't see him. The thunderous chorus of their engines filled the air, a fitting eulogy for fallen riders. As they wound through familiar streets, Alex's thoughts drifted to Eva. Would she understand this part of his life, the bonds forged in leather and chrome? He pushed the doubt aside, focusing on the road ahead. Tommy's voice broke through his reverie. They'd be proud, boss. This is one hell of a send-off. Alex swallowed hard, touched by the simple truth in Tommy's words. That they would, brother. That they would. The procession continued, their engines a defiant roar against the silence of loss. For Alex, each mile was a promise, to remember, to honor, and to keep the Iron Shadows strong, no matter what came their way. As they crested the final hill, the sun began its descent, painting the sky in a breathtaking array of oranges and pinks. The rugged peaks of Silver Creek's mountains stood silhouetted against the fiery backdrop, their jagged edges softened by the warm golden glow. Alex felt a lump form in his throat as he led the procession to the designated spot, a small clearing overlooking the valley. The rumble of engines gradually faded as the riders pulled in, forming a perfect circle. He cut his own engine, the sudden silence almost deafening. This is it, he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. As Alex dismounted, he caught Nina's eye. Her usually firm expression had softened, a hint of vulnerability showing through. Tommy was already helping some of the older members off their bikes, his actions speaking louder than words ever could. The club members gathered, their faces solemn in the fading light. Alex took his place in the circle, feeling the weight of leadership settle heavily on his shoulders. Brothers and sisters, he began, his voice low but carrying across the clearing. We stand here today to honor those who can't stand with us. A collective murmur of agreement rippled through the group. Alex continued, Each of yous carries their memory. Each of us stands stronger because they once stood beside us. He paused, looking around at the faces of his family. Not by blood, but by choice. The setting sun cast long shadows, blending their silhouettes into one united form. What now, boss? Tommy asked softly, voicing the question that hung in the air. Alex took a deep breath, the scent of the Iron Shadows mingling with the crisp mountain air. Now, he said, we remember, and we make damn sure their legacy lives on through us. As the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, the Iron Shadows stood united, a silent tribute to those they had lost, and an unspoken promise to those who remained. Alex nodded to Nina and Tommy, who stepped forward to flank him. Nina's posture was rigid, her eyes gleaming with tears. Tommy's usual jovial demeanor was replaced by a solemn reverence. "Let's take a moment," Alex said, his voice barely above a whisper. "To remember, to honor, to feel." The circle fell into a profound silence. Alex closed his eyes, allowing the memories to wash over him. The laughter of fallen brothers echoing in the clubhouse. The roar of engines on long rides. The unbreakable bonds forged in both triumph and adversity. As the seconds ticked by, Alex could hear muffled sobs and sharp intakes of breath around him. He fought to maintain his composure, knowing the club looked to him for strength. But even leaders grieve, he reminded himself. After what felt like an eternity, Alex opened his eyes. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Now, take a moment. Say what you need to say. Do what you need to do." The circle began to disperse, members drifting off in twos and threes. Some sought solitude, while others clung to each other for support. Alex watched as Tommy knelt by a nearby tree, his fingers tracing patterns in the dirt, likely recreating a favorite ride. Nina touched Alex's arm. "You did good, boss," she murmured. Alex nodded, grateful for her steady presence. "We all did," he replied. As the club members paid their respects, Alex watched as his brothers and sisters slowly made their way back to their bikes, each lost in their own thoughts and memories. The air was heavy with shared grief, but also with an unspoken bond. They would ride on, carrying the spirit of their fallen comrades with every mile. Alex took a deep breath, the crisp mountain air filling his lungs. He straddled his motorcycle, the familiar leather seat creaking beneath him. Around him, the rest of the iron shadows followed suit, a symphony of engines roaring to life in the twilight. "Ready to ride?" he called out, his voice carrying over the rumble of motors. Nina, already astride her bike, nodded sharply. "Lead the way, boss." Tommy's voice crackled through the radio attached to Alex's helmet. "All bikes are good to go. Let's hit the road." Alex revved his engine, the powerful vibration coursing through his body. He felt a surge of pride as he gazed at his brothers and sisters, their faces set with determination behind their visors. Even in grief, their unity was palpable. As they pulled away from the memorial site, Alex's mind wandered. How many rides had they taken together? How many more lay ahead? The formation fell into place behind him, headlights piercing the encroaching darkness. The winding roads of Silver Creek stretched before them, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the rugged landscape. Tommy's gravelly voice came through the radio. "Beautiful night for a ride, isn't it?" Alex smiled despite himself. "That it is, old friend, that it is." As they navigated a particularly sharp turn, Alex felt a familiar rush of adrenaline. The club moved as one, leaning into the curve with practiced ease. The roar of engines filled the night, a defiant cry against the silence of loss. The familiar silhouette of the clubhouse emerged from the darkness, a beacon calling them home. Alex led the procession into the parking lot, the rumble of engines gradually fading as each rider found their place. With practiced precision, the iron shadows lined up their motorcycles in a perfect row, chrome gleaming under the harsh glow of the floodlights. Alex dismounted. Each bike, each rider, represented a vital part of their collective strength. He ran a hand along his motorcycle's fuel tank, feeling the residual warmth from the ride. "Quite a sight, isn't it?" Tommy said, coming to stand beside him. Alex nodded, his throat tight with emotion. "Every time," he managed. The others were gathering near the clubhouse entrance, their voices a low murmur of shared remembrance and camaraderie. Alex scanned the crowd, searching for one face in particular. His heart skipped a beat when he saw her. Ava stood slightly apart from the group, her blonde hair catching the light. She looked tired, Alex thought, but there was a softness in her eyes he rarely saw. Without thinking, he found himself moving towards her. "I love you," he whispered into her hair. The end.
This is an exclusive production of the Romance Fiction Club. We hope you had a good time listening. Please like and subscribe so that we can continue creating free content for you to enjoy. Check out our library for more exciting romance stories. Thank you and have a wonderful day. See you soon. Bye-bye.